Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's a regular meeting of the City Council of Fort Walton Beach on Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. If you have a cell phone, if you please turn it off or put it on vibrate, that would be most helpful. Then if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll, before we do that, I want you to stand, but Reverend Tim Black, our member of Post Church, is going to lead us in the invocation and then remain standing for the pledge. Tim, it's all yours.
Good evening. Let's pray together. Dear Heavenly Father, we honor you tonight by coming and asking your blessing upon this City Council meeting, and Lord, upon our great beach town. Lord, we thank you for your kindness, your loving kindness, and your goodness, and your amazing grace. Lord, you are so amazing. Thank you for the hope and peace that you give us. Lord, we thank you for our incredible community, and Lord, for everyone here tonight, because they love our community. And Lord, we just ask for your favor. Lord, as we're going into the tourist season, we pray for your protection upon our community, and we thank you for all the dollars that the tourists are bringing. And Lord, we love our beach town, and Lord, we love to share it with others. And Lord, as we ask for your help tonight, God, we pray for all of our business owners, especially our small business owners. We lift up all of our first responders, every police officer and deputy and firefighter and medical personnel. Lord, we just pray over them that your protection and blessing. God, we pray, Lord, for our military, and thank you, God, for our community here. Lord, we ask, God, for your blessing to be upon every man and woman who actively serves and all of our veterans. We thank you, Lord. And tonight, God, I ask that you grant wisdom to our city council members. Lord, we pray over our mayor and our city manager and every city council member. Lord, all of the various city officials, we pray over them. And thank you, Lord, that they serve our community. And God, I pray that you help them even when there are disagreements. We ask all of these things. And over this agenda tonight, God, you have it all. And we just trust you, Lord. In your mighty name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Black. Appreciate it. Council, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to get 12.2 up just past or after the recognitions, after 6.2.
Councilman Schmidt?
Yes, sir.
Would you be willing to entertain 12.1 as well, as I believe the insurance representation that we requested to be here has driven up from Tampa?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
So your motion will be move up 12.1 and 12.2 after recognitions. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
But do 12.2 first, is that what it is?
Let's do 12.1 first, then 12. Yes, 12.1 first and 12.2 first.
Second. Second. Okay. So moved by and second.
So I will
by
second,
Cal.
yeah.
Okay. All right. The agenda's been proposed that we amend the agenda to move item 12.1 and 12.2 to immediately following the recognitions, item 6.2, and that's the motion. And a second. Any comments?
Yes, sir.
Council, please vote. Does pass 6-0. Thank you, Council.
Question,
Yes, sir.
City Attorney, do we need to be taking any action after our workshop so that,
So if you desire to take any action after the workshop, you would need to make a motion to add it to the agenda. If you don't want to take action, you're not required to. If you want to discuss it, you can add it to the agenda.
given that we had the workshop, I think we owe it to ourselves to add it to the agenda to find out if there's any direction of the council.
And where would you like to add that?
Add it to the end of the agenda.
All right, well, we approved the agenda, but we have a motion on the floor now to add
I'll second.
the workshop findings or discussion and take action. You want to add that after 12.2 or 12.1 and 12.2 are done.
After the original, so I guess after 11.
After 11.2.
Sounds great.
So there's a motion on the floor, Mr. Meade, second by Mr. Allegretto. to have a discussion on the workshop activity.
Which was the charter amendments.
Charter amendments. Any further discussion? Council, please vote. And does pass unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for that amendment. I appreciate that. All right, that brings me to item 5, proclamations. I have a proclamation on Flood Awareness Week. Whereas the city of Fort Walton Beach has experienced severe weather in the past in the form of extreme rainfall or tropical system events resulting in flooding in the coastal areas, and this flooding has caused damage and flood losses to homes and buildings in all areas, whether they are high-risk special flood zone areas or low to moderate risk flood zones. And whereas the city of Fort Walton Beach is a voluntary participant in the National Flood Insurance Program that provides residents with the opportunity to protect themselves against flood loss through the purchase of flood insurance at reduced insurance premium rates, as well as setting higher regulatory standards to reduce flood risk and potential flood damage to their property. And whereas the reduction of loss of life and property damage can be achieved when appropriate flood preparedness, control, and mitigation measures are taken before a flood. And whereas public education and awareness of potential weather hazards and methods of protection are critical to the health, safety, and welfare of residents, the Florida Flood Plan Managers Association, FFMA, have declared the week of March 4th through March 10th, 2024 as Flood Awareness Week to promote awareness and increase knowledge of flood risk, the availability of flood insurance, flood protection methods, and how to prepare for emergencies. Now, therefore, I, Dick Reinierson, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, do hereby proclaim the week of March 4th through March 10th, 2024 as Flood Awareness Week, and further encourage the citizens of Fort Walton Beach to increase their knowledge of how to protect themselves and their property from flooding. In witness whereof, I am here to set forth my hand. So, thank you. And that brings me to my next most fun thing I get to do, and that's student award recognitions. And I'm going to come down on the floor. If Isabel Fudel from Choctaw will come down, and I will come down. And I'll be there. Isabel, are you here? There.
Go to the podium.
Hi, Isabel. Oh, thank you. Let's stand back here a little bit farther. I'm going to brag about you a little bit. Okay. Isabel goes to Choctaw High School. She's an ACE. She's this month's ACE Award recipient. She has a GPA of 4.6 and ranks number 4 in her class. She has been dual enrolled at Northwest Florida State College and plans on graduating a year early, summa cum laude, as she was able to skip the 9th grade. Wow. Isabel has achieved the N.T. Mitchell Academic Honors Award, Solo and Ensemble Superior Ratings, first place in Okaloosa's Got Talent 2021, and has made the Dean's List every semester. Lauren's extracurricular activities include the National League of Junior Cotillion, All-County Chorus, Choctawhatchee Madrigals, Treasurer and Secretary, and is a cadenza group vocal performer. She has worked as an office assistant at Emerald Coast Endodontics. She has vast experience in local vocal performing, creative writing, and artistic design. She's a member of the National Honor Society and Phi Theta Kappa. Congratulations to Isabel as we look forward to your future achievements, and I know there'll be many. But before I give you your certificate, would you like to tell us a little bit about your future plans?
I just got accepted to Florida State University, so I'm going to be attending there in the fall, and I'm planning on majoring in studio art and hopefully illustrating for books and writing my own graphic novels in the future.
Wow. And Isabel, I got a pin, City of Fort Walton Beach pin. I hope you'll wear that wherever your travels may take you to remind you of home.
Thank you.
Thank you. My next winner is Maya Kanji from Fort Walton Beach High School. And I happen to know this young lady because I had the opportunity and the privilege of interviewing her as she prepared to compete in Distinguished Young Women of Florida. And we'll talk a little bit about that too. So, if I get the right piece of paper. This is you. Maya is a Fort Walton Beach High School ACE Award recipient for this month. She has a GPA of 4.5 and ranks number 9 in her class. Maya is dual enrolled at Northwest Florida State College with a GPA of 3.9 and has made the Dean's List. Maya's academic awards include being the Distinguished Young Woman of Okaloosa County 2024 overall winner, an Auntie Mitchell Academic Honors Award winner, and a Health Occupation Students of America Medical Terminology Regional Conference winner. Maya is the Health Occupation Students of America president and has experience working at the Golfarium, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, and the Mary Esther Public Library. Maya has contributed to the community by participating in Kids STEM Night Out, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the Christmas Collections Program, the Mobile, Alabama Samji, and organizing kids festivals for the Health Organization Occupation Students of America. Maya has also been a member of the Fort Walton Beach High School Leadership Program, Asian Passion Program, National Honor Society, Viking Ladies and Laddies, Excel Club, and Big Futures Club. We congratulate Maya on her achievements, and we wish you the very, very best. And while you tell us what your future plans are, you'll also tell us just a few words about Distinguished Young Women and that recent experience you had.
Hello everyone, my name is Maya Conchi. So I just recently participated at the state level for Distinguished Young Women, and I received the award of winning first honoree. It is a wonderful, wonderful program to participate in, and I can't say enough good things about this program. I've really grown as an individual through this program, learned to really have confidence in myself, and any future girl who'd love to participate in this program, I encourage them to do so. You really do learn a lot about yourself, and there's just so many good things I could say about it. And for my future plans, I just got accepted into the University of Florida, and so I am on the pre-med track to doing dermatology, and I'm super excited about that. I've always loved the medical field, and I can't wait.
Wow. Thank you. And City of Fort Walton Beach Ken, so wherever you go, please remember the City of Fort Walton Beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our future looks bright. We've got some smart young ladies that are going to be taking over the world. Okay, that brings us to item 7. No, it doesn't. It brings us to item 12.1. I'm sorry. Property casualty and workers' comp insurance funding request. Mr. Franksman.
Council members, Terry Franksman with the Human Resources Department. So this is my third trip here to try and kind of work on property and casualty insurance rates. You know, I brought some bad news to you that we did have an impact. 2 significant issues. Number one was basically the assessment of the property values of the city, and the second was Hurricane Ian, which brought cost to the city and increased our property and casualty insurance rates. We are underfunded by almost $300,000, and based on council's direction, they asked me to go back and reach out to our vendor, and I had Paul Dawson with me, and trying to find out if there's options we can look at to potentially save money for this year and moving forward. And again, the other direction was to go out for an RFP, which I'm working on that process as we speak. But I'd like to turn it over to Paul Dawson to address some of the issues that we shared at the last meeting when we were interrupted with some video, but I'd like to pass this out first. I gave this to everybody last time, a slight modification to it, and then I'll bring Paul up here and we can answer any questions you may have.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, council members and mayor. First of all, I'm humbled that you would move me up in this agenda, so I appreciate that. But I was kind of looking forward to sitting and chatting with you, listening to the rest of the agenda. And I also would like to apologize for the snafu 2 weeks ago with the teams. And Terry asked me if that was a bottle of whiskey in the back on the table. I can assure you it was not. That's a standard background, and I didn't even notice that that crap was back there. So, but I can't swear that it didn't have whiskey after the meeting. That was not whiskey on the table at the time. So I think I hesitate to go through this document and talk about each one of these cost-saving measures. So I thought maybe, because you all have seen this document a couple weeks ago and had this discussion, so would it be more prudent and efficient to ask if there are questions right now about anything to do with the property and casualty insurance rates, premiums, etc.? Would that be appropriate?
Certainly, let's do that.
Okay.
Are there questions from council that we'd like to present at this time? I know you're looking at it real quickly here. Mr. Walker?
Sure. These numbers that are presented here, if they were implemented or direction was given to staff to, let's say, increase the deductible to 10% versus where it is currently, and then 5%, 10%, I'm reading that would save us, quote, $140,000 in premiums. Is that correct?
It's $140,000 in annual premium.
Right.
And as I put in bold, I don't have approval to make that change. I'm working on it with the carrier. I've been handling the city's insurance since 1998, bouncing around public entity in Florida for 29 years. I've never done that before. So I'm trying to get an exception, working through it. It cannot be implemented, if implemented at all, until June 1st. There's a long, complicated reason for that, but the beginning of the wind season would be the earliest that they would be able to implement that. And I will tell you that one of the many things we do for the city and the taxpayers is we look at these options every year with renewal. Terry and I sweat over these details, and many of the options that you see here, we vetted actually this past year, and we vet them each year prior. Now, I would caution you, even though there seems to be a lot of money to be saved with raising the wind deductible, raising the wind deductible 5%, which is 5% of the total insured value of each location that has a loss, is an enormous number. It maxes out at $35 million, and if you raise it to 7.5%, it adds another $17.5 million in deductible. Now, one of the ways we design our property programs is to maintain FEMA eligibility for the city. Now, Opal, Aaron, Ivan, even a couple other smaller storms, the city has received public assistance. FEMA has a rule that says you must maintain a reasonable amount of insurance in order for us to give you public assistance in the future. A 5% wind deductible, I know, is completely reimbursable. So if you incurred the maximum deductible, FEMA would say, here's your money. We take a look at all the losses. We reimburse for 5% rather. If you go to 7.5%, I don't know what the state will do. 5% is the standard windstorm deductible in all of North Florida, and I have 50 clients. I don't know anybody that has 7.5 or 10. So if you ask me, Paul, the way this property program is designed, will we be able to get public assistance for FEMA? I would say absolutely. There's a long history, 5%. But what if we go to 7.5%? So the Department of Emergency Management decides what your insurance program is in terms of reasonable. And we've asked this question, DEM, if we go to 7.5 or 10, are you going to rubber stamp us for reasonable? They never answer the question. So I don't know if we go to 7.5%, if the state will say, no, you're taking on too much risk, you're shifting too much risk and financial burden onto the federal and state government. So, we're going to deduct that 2.5% and only give you 5%. It's probably, and again, I don't want to say what the chances are. I err on the side of caution. I design these programs so that unequivocally you will be fully reimbursed for any loss, and in the Panhandle they've been significant. Like I said, I worked Ivan, and I was around for Aaron and Opal and Michael, and then Ian and Southwest. So the losses are significant when it happens. It's not frequent, but it's catastrophic. So as a risk manager, I tend to be a little bit more conservative. I realize the property premium went up significantly. Good news is they are starting to come down already. So we're gonna see some softening and some probably rate reductions in October. But I would never recommend going to 7.5%. Because even though it feels like a 2.5% increase, it's a 50% increase. And we put a significant financial burden onto the city.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to figure out is what is that financial? I know that we've got emergency reserve for such, catastrophic events. I think the last time I looked, and Nicole or Jeff, is it 14 million? It seems like we have in emergency funds, or maybe it's even more. I'm sorry.
30%. What do I have to have that?
So
8.5 million.
8.5 this year. The total.
That's what's in the committed fund balance for emergencies and disasters.
Okay. But wasn't there another second fund for, wasn't it called emergency? No? Okay. But so we as a group would have to look at what that 2.5, it saves us 70,000 or 140,000. So we look at the difference in that 5%.
If I can close it on June 1st, then it's only 4 months.
Sure.
So I wasn't sure when anything would be implemented, so I showed annual premiums of the program.
And it's just a concept about going forward, because we as a group have, thought it would be nice if we could find ways to save some money here and there, and we want to make smart decisions. So when we have to decide between 5%, that's the first I've heard that it's reimbursed. It's fully reimbursed. So at 2.5, so then we have to look at the cost of that 2.5 from that $8.5 million, basically self-insuring again, right?
Yes.
We would be self-insuring again if we went to 10%. To save $140,000, we're self-insuring for that deductible is what we're doing from that 8.5 million. So,
and it's an out-of-pocket cash flow issue. I've worked a lot of storms over the years, and some entities and some of my clients maybe didn't have as much rainy day money and borrowed money. A couple of smaller cities in the Panhandle after Michael had borrowed money and significantly increased, unbeknownst to them, the cost of repair. So FEMA is not going to pay anybody for interest rate on borrowed money. But the other idea on the property that Terry and I looked at, and it's mentioned in here, is self-insuring a lot of property, which has an immediate impact.
Sure.
So you could self-insure Parks and Rec stuff, backstops, lights, things like that, that you might even be able to repair yourself without a lot of time, without a lot of effort and waiting a long time. That saves about $30,000. Many of my clients did that. We took a very close look at the schedule and said, let's take a look at the structures that aren't critical, where, if there was a loss, you could take time, you could repair them yourselves. And for Parks and Rec equipment, FEMA would reimburse you for that, even if you didn't have insurance on them. So it's another form of self-insurance. But again, this is stuff that we always look at. I know you guys don't see that, but we work hard behind the scenes. When these property rates came out, I was really nervous about delivering these because I'm very aware of taxpayer money, and we're not in the profit and loss business. So we did a lot of work early on to try to figure out how we could reduce the impact of this.
Well, I thank you. I know you've said you guys met and talked about it before. This is our first rodeo, mine, not all of theirs, but I don't know how previous councils didn't take you up on that. Was it Jeff, does anyone remember, Terry, do you remember if it was a vote up here about we don't want to self-insure the open structures? I mean, for $30,000.
We haven't looked at the property part before because it was never a problem. Our rates were low, and we focused more. Most of your spend before this property rate increase was workers' compensation, auto, general liability, and focus at that point had been balancing the deductible, retention, along with safety and loss control initiatives. So reducing the frequency and severity of claims has a real significant impact over a short and long period of time. And that's probably where most of Terry's efforts and mine have been in the past, is to try to find that perfect spot. So we've tweaked the program, changed deductibles on physical damage for autos, and every year it's moved and tweaked just a little bit.
So
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So we'll know, when do you expect to hear back? Is it from the state or from FEMA on the?
We won't hear back from them. They
So-
will not answer our question,
Okay.
unfortunately.
So we would just be going forward assuming that we're not going to be reimbursed at 7.5 on the difference. We would assume we would be reimbursed on the 5%.
Yes.
It's just kind of funny because you call it deductible, but you get it back. So that's interesting. I like that. But so the 7.5, we wouldn't potentially, we wouldn't know until it's submitted or even at the 10%.
Yeah. And-
Deductible that we paid, we'd submit it to the state and they'd go, look, we're not going to do 10 or we will do 10.
I would encourage the board to ask BEM, maybe questions from insurance brokers, go into a round file. So I would love to get an answer, and if you were considering raising the deductible, it's a legitimate concern that you would want to know whether the state is going to reimburse you for the higher windstorm deductible, and whether it's a smart, savings for taxpayers. So I would encourage you, if you go that way, to try to get the state to answer the question and give you a definitive answer on what your financial exposure would be.
Thank you. And even then, we're doing what the insurance industry does. We're making a calculated risk on cost versus return. So
Correct.
even if they don't respond to us, we could look at the cost of that difference.
If you don't have a hurricane for 20 years, it's a brilliant move. If you have one next year that's catastrophic, not so much. So,
Well, and
I
that's,
also call that sleep insurance. If it keeps you up at night, maybe don't do it. If you're comfortable with the amount of money you have in the tank, you increase the risk, then it's probably a good risk.
so a deductible on a $30 million catastrophe, let's just say, at 5% is 1.5 million.
Well, not exactly, because the deductible applies to the value of the building. So if you have a, $5 million building, it's it's $250,000 deductible, right? It could be a $300,000 loss, you only get 50 grand back. If you have a total loss at a $500,000 building, then you're getting most of the money for the building. Typically, where you're highly self-insured are those partial losses for large buildings, because the deductible is applied to the value. So it goes up as the value of the building goes up. It's very small in smaller buildings. So you can't just say if there's $30 million in losses, then it's 5% of the loss, it's 5% of the value. So it could be very high, or it could be, much lower. The $35 million is the worst case scenario. That's 5% of the entire schedule. So it's not going to be $35 million, because there's no storm that's going to destroy everything.
I know, and that's what definitely, I'll use these numbers here to go back and put together a framework that puts together those scenarios. Because that's what we're doing up here, is assessing risk. And I mean, just your front page alone here, those two little changes gives us a savings of about $170,000. And I haven't flipped to the second page yet, so I'm assuming there's some more over there. So, I mean, Terry's here to ask tonight for $300,000 that, I don't say it gets washed out. I know it's an annual versus what Terry's looking for tonight, but okay, that's all I have to know.
Thank you.
Mr. Meade?
He actually answered the question, but I think what I'm taking from this is two questions I'd like answered is, number one, if we can, as a city, request that information if we move from the 5 to 2.5 to increase it 2.5%, if those deductibles will be reimbursed, as well as if we can look at some of our other more aged buildings, maybe we can, as a city, determine to do a little more self-insuring some of the light poles and some of those things. Maybe there's some things we, as a group, can, I do that in my personal life, so maybe we can address those as the year moves on.
And one of the things we've had to, Jeff can step up on this too. Just light poles at the rec center, extremely expensive. You lose a couple of those, it's, okay, great that you're spending tens of thousands of dollars to replace something like that. So we go with best practice.
Sure.
We look at what's best for the city. We have what we call property in the open. So it is all the rec things, the park benches, various things like that. When we had that twister jump over City Hall, tear out all of the park behind us, through the bleachers into the church. We had another that went through a ferry park, demolished all of the little, what do you call it? Pavilions, and wiped out all the fence and all the stuff. Covered, our pay was little, but it was devastating to the city, and it was all the stuff out in the open. I mean, it just sheared those poles down and wiped out the pavilions. So it doesn't take much, you know, it might not be the hurricane, but we've had our share of twisters come through here too. So I'm cautious. I hate to get, just like I do my own house or my own car insurance. Yeah, I can take the low risk, but if I wipe out 3 cars, I'm done and bankrupt. So I try to use the subject matter expert to give me the best advice and best practice on making sure we're properly insured to deal with anything that could potentially hit us.
So you've already done that assessment on self-insuring, and you've reached that
We
limit?
looked at it. Now, you mentioned FEMA, I don't know if I can get an answer from FEMA. They don't answer, they don't pick up the phone.
Sure.
You know, it's a monumental project even to get any data on that.
It was just suggested that
Yeah,
to try.
I know, he can't get all of them, and I don't know if we have any better luck. But, you know, I'll reach out for you guys, you know, we can get an answer, I'll try.
Thank you.
Mr. Jeter.
And Nick too. Did you say in speaking that the open air structures are talking about, you said FEMA reimburses you for those regardless?
Yes, there is a Stafford Act that governs the public assistance available to public entities and other critical businesses, some nonprofits.
Yeah.
So for parks and rec equipment, they regularly reimburse for losses that are declared events, right? So not vandalism, malicious mischief, things like that. But if it's a FEMA declared, state declared event, FEMA comes in and says, okay, do you need public assistance? And the parks and rec equipment, they repair and replace that stuff regularly.
So like that property in the open that'll save $30,000 a year, if we've got the funds to reimburse on our own and we're gonna get reimbursed for it anyway, that would be one that's kind of, we're over-insuring on that one, right?
Potentially, yes,
Yeah.
especially see, one of the things to consider in terms of return on investment is when the rates and premiums go up, your return is greater. You're saving more money. The risk is the same. The probability of losing this property is the same every year, regardless of how much you pay insurance for. But you know, many of my clients looked at this same process. You know, it could have been saving $10,000 2 years ago, not worth it, but now you're saving $30,000. So the process you're going through is very typical to say, okay, now it's more expensive. If I self-insure, I save more money. But yeah, that's why I take a look at the property in the open, because it typically is not as critical. Like if you lose this building, people have to move, right? But fences, lights, dugouts, and poles, and you're right, the light poles are very expensive. One of the problems with light poles, and I know I'm going on and on, but I love insurance, I'm a nerd, is they have to be aimed correctly. So when Ivan came through, I handled Destin, it cost us a small fortune to have a company come out with a scissor lift and aim all those lights at Morgan correctly, even though they just twisted. And I realized how expensive, they didn't fall down, because you have to have equal lighting for night sports. But you're thinking correctly, self-insuring some of this stuff does make sense.
And to the deductible question, my personal experience, no one wants a storm, but what I've always seen is like Michael or one of the, wherever the storm hits, it's typically like total loss, regardless of what your deductible is, or you really don't have enough damage to even cover the deductible. Is that kind of?
Most of them are in that minor loss, nothing hits the deductible.
Yeah.
But I've had plenty of clients on the other end, but you're right, it's either it hits you, it comes, right up Bell Parkway.
Right.
And you're looking at millions and millions and millions of losses, or you're just on the peripheral of it and it knocks some stuff down.
Well, that's what I was going to say, regardless of your deductible, you're either going to say you didn't meet it, or you're getting your whole check, regardless. Yeah.
That's my experience.
That's what I've
You're
always
absolutely
seen
right.
too.
It's either one or the other.
Yeah. That's all.
Mr. Alberto.
Thank you, Mayor. So you mentioned earlier that you had the city of Destin as one of your clients, and I assume there are other municipalities in this county as well.
Yeah, many.
And then you also mentioned that none of the other ones go and deviate from that 5% rate.
Correct.
Have any of them ever asked you about that? And if they don't, why is that?
Not
Just because of the rate of return?
Yes, primarily. As a risk manager, again, I'm conservative, and I'll get design these programs so that I don't have to come to the board and say, whoops, we took 7.5%, now you're self-insured for 2.5%. I never want to do that. In South Florida, some of the entities, larger ones like Fort Lauderdale, took 7.5%. They have a lot of money, and they wanted to stay, and their savings are significant. They took the risk. We don't know yet whether they're going to get reimbursed. because the numbers and premiums are so much higher in Southwest and South Florida, it's more frequent that they would take the risk. But I don't have anybody in Northwest Florida, I probably have 10 or 15 clients over here that has anything more than a 5. And I don't know anybody that does that's not even my client, that has something that's higher than a 5% deductible.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Dawson from council? Anyone from the public have a comment on this? If not, we need a motion we need to make a decision on what we're going to fund.
And council, like I mentioned, I do need the funding to get us through this year. I'm going out for an RFP. I will take feedback from all of you on that RFP, and we can look at some of these options towards putting in for next year's insurance.
Mayor, I move for authorization for the city manager to fund the insurance policy renewals from the general fund balance with PGIT for fiscal year 23-24.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Aladetto, seconded by Councilman Meade, to authorize the city manager to fund the rate increase of the city's property casualty and workers' comp insurance policies with Preferred Governmental Insurance Trust, PGIT, for FY 23-24. Further comment?
Just briefly, Mayor, thank you. I appreciate Councilman Walker and others suggesting, that we explore this process. It's always a good thing to explore, a good idea. To always look at your rates and see what we could save here and there. I am very concerned about changing anything that would put some of our more expensive properties at risk and the reimbursements that we would receive from the federal government, and without knowing any of those answers. From what it sounds like, it's very difficult to find those answers. I wouldn't support trying to change that, but absolutely investigating into self-insuring some of our outdoor and smaller properties, I think it's a great idea. And even if $30,000 is what we ultimately save from this process as we move forward through next year, that's $30,000 of the taxpayers' money that we didn't waste when we didn't need to. So I think it's a good process.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Meade.
I agree, and I look forward to seeing what comes up in the future. If you need one of us to get in the car and ride around and make some decisions and have some interaction, I'm happy to do it, or I'm sure anyone else here would, but hopefully we can move forward our current insurance as we have it, and look forward to what's to come.
And I do plan on reaching out with all of you as much to see if you guys want to participate in this next process for both health and for the PNC insurance.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Walker.
Still always want to get my head wrapped around this, and going to keep plugging away at it. Financial information regarding the remaining insurance items. The city budgeted the amount. Risk management did. Staff planned a 3.5% budget increase to follow previous trends. It was 9% and 11%, and that's why I was confused 2 or 3 meetings ago when Terry first brought it up. I said, it drew my attention to that line item. In the 2 previous years, we'd had increases of 9% and 11%. And then Jeff, you brought up the idea that we've added properties, building structures to our holdings. And then I mentioned too that I know that in April you guys meet as described as the budget process and get together and talk about these things. How did 3.5% get arrived at when we've had 9% and 11% and we've added buildings? And how did 3.5 get arrived at? Jeff?
Well, the building values, it could have been 8 or 10 years ago, so we could add like the public works facility, the recreation complex and stuff. So the values of the city went up to 70 million or whatever it may be. And sometimes we'll do annualizing through over a 5-year period. So it may have been 1%, 2%, 11%, 9%. You come up with whatever it had been 3.9%. It's maybe just some information that we get ahead of time. Then you get a hurricane, and we as you know, we do our budgets in March, April, May, June, July, August. You get a hurricane in September. What happens to your rates? they blow through the roof, which is what we saw. So when we put the budget together, we didn't have a hurricane. We weren't sitting in the middle of a hurricane, or had one recently, but we did have one, some significant damage as you got into South Florida and stuff. So that's what fluctuated quite a bit.
So you used a 5-year average, Nicole?
I don't do the department budgets, the department heads do their own budgets.
Not necessarily on that alone, but we do.
That's the one I'm trying to
typically take
get my
over
head
3 or
around.
4 years.
That one right there.
Significantly was the storm we had in the fall. That was after we brought the budget workshop, and the millage rate was set in June, and we worked on it in July, and then you get a hurricane, and I don't remember the exact date of the hurricane, but it hurt everybody.
I think I read in here, and I think it's just one of the lines up above, there's a $14 million, I think that's what it was, a $14 million increase in property value, is that correct? Do you guys in your planning as staff and directors, do y'all kind of estimate if property's gone up or down or stayed the same?
We don't really know. I mean, when we get the assessment through Terry, through risk management, we take that into consideration. And we will, as we go out for bid and with our property insurance as well as the health insurance, we'll take that into consideration as we do the budget this year, because we'll get that back, late in the summer, so we'll have those numbers to move forward.
Councilman, I knew the audit was going on. I did not know it was going to be that significant, but it's been 10 years since the last time the city had a full audit. And like Jeff said, we've added buildings, but even this building, which you don't think it's worth that much, but it is. And so all of those added up, and I think it kind of caught me off guard with the increase in value that the city has increased by over the past 10 years. So that was a significant increase.
So if it's not re-audited, reappraised, you as staff don't guesstimate an increase in value, you just leave the values the same?
I usually keep the values pretty similar to what they are. Yep.
Gotcha.
And I haven't had that, like I said, I haven't had anything like that. And this is my first time having a full-blown audit, where we went and we visited every structure within the city. We had a team come in, and they sent the information back, and like I said, I was shocked by the increase, but it has been 10 years since the last time they did an audit.
Just out of curiosity, y'all own the same thing, I guess, and I know a lot of people in the private sector are looking at insurance problems, rate increases, and how to deal with it. And I know in the private sector, if there's a mortgage, you can have either force-placed insurance or you can insure it for less if it's paid for. You talked about this building here. We've been in active discussions about replacing this structure. We all know that despite what an insurance person might say, what it would cost to rebuild this, we may not be rebuilding it. Is it time to start taking down, what is the value of this that we're on here, City Hall?
Yeah. I don't have the spreadsheet of each item.
No, that's all right. You said it had gone up. I'm curious what this is, because we're in active discussions or thoughts about replacing, removing, rebuilding something about this building.
I don't know the answer, so I guess I should have left one.
No, it's okay.
I don't recall what the value of this building is, but the city does have the option, and did have the option, to not take the appraised values, but the coverage was reduced to what is known as stated value. So if you get $1 million building and it's a total loss and it costs $1.5 million, stated value says, here's your $1 million, knock yourself out on the other $500,000. We have the best coverage available in the marketplace, which is guaranteed replacement cost. But that requires the use of an independent appraisal's replacement cost values. So as Terry said, it's been 10 years since we've done that. So it was a perfect storm. And we spent a lot of time looking at that appraisal and making sure it was correct. And actually, we took a bunch of buildings off that we no longer have. So we did a deep dive into that. But I don't know what this building is currently valued at. But the decision was made by the staff to take better coverage, utilize the appraised values, which cost more money, but you get guaranteed replacement on everything. Now, I'll tell you what, that's important, because there's this thing called demand surge. So you may recall back in Ivan, and I handled a lot of entities up here in Ivan, once you have a catastrophic widespread roof damage, all of a sudden roof squares are twice as much money. So even if your building's appraised at $1 million, guess what? Now, since the demand surge is coming, everybody wants contractors, we're bidding the stuff where prices go up. It could have been appraised last year for $1 million, it's going to be $1.2 million to replace it. So the guaranteed replacement cost takes into account that demand surge that comes after every catastrophic event. So it's just an extra layer of insurance guaranteeing you will have enough money to actually rebuild what you currently have.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Well enough, thank you. Yeah. Yes, you did. I was just thinking, you know, I know some people that own their property outright, they choose to take that lesser because the premiums have grown so much. I didn't know if that was an option, but replacement value makes sense as well.
We would have to take that stated value across all locations. Unfortunately, yeah, and preferred's not different than the other public entity trusts. It's either one or all. So take stated value over everything, keep the values low, save money, risk not having enough money to replace the building, or use replacement cost with the appraised values across all locations. So those are the two options.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Dawson? Council, we have a motion and a second to recommend city council authorization to fund the rate increase of the city's property casualty and workers' compensation insurance policies with preferred for the FY 2023-2024. Any other comments from council? Please vote. Does pass unanimously. Thank you, council. That'll bring us now to 12.2, guidance on workforce housing incentive funding. Mr. Frasetti.
Thank you. Chris Frasetti, Careers Management Director. So this item, we've had a few discussions on this over the last few months, and what we're speaking tonight is some resolution on deciding how we want to go forward and allocate funding that's been set aside within the Workforce Housing Incentive Fund. So following the last meeting, we had a workshop a few meetings back, and some of the discussion really seemed to center around there, trying to find kind of the best bang for the buck, the most units we could get for workforce housing in the city. So what me and my team have done since that meeting, we've met with the three applicants that we do have currently requesting this funding, and we put together a few options that I was really just going to quickly run through, discuss, you know, some of it's pretty obvious and some not maybe. So I just want to discuss these options and open it up for discussion from there. So with the funding, like I said, we're looking really how best to just spread out this money to get the most housing units within the city. So in the backup to the item here, we put together a little chart showing three different options. Option one shows $10,000 per workforce housing unit. In speaking with the different current applicants for this funding, there was a big divide between the large-scale developers and then kind of the smaller scale developers. So in this scenario, the first 100 units of the Housing Authority, in discussions with them, they seemed to indicate that, you know, around $1 million was very needed to really move this next phase of the project forward. And for the 100 units, that equates to $10,000 per unit. In just taking that number across the board, if that was to say, hey, for $10,000 per unit, what we'll contribute, you know, for any project that comes in front of us, we showed the math here. That would be $80,000 and then $20,000 for the others, for a total of about $1.1 million. As you may recall, there is about just over $1.3 million currently in the fund. Option two and then three, I'm actually going to skip to option three first. So in speaking with the smaller developers, they both actually came in at a similar number, saying, you know, for them to make the numbers work, make it worthwhile for them, they need somewhere around that $75,000 per unit range. So what we've done in option three is we've shown a tiered approach that for the smaller scale development from 1 to 20 units, it would be $75,000 per unit, just based on, I said, on their request, based on their needs. And then for those developments larger, 21 plus units, go down to $10,000 per unit range. As you may see in there, that number works out to $1.75 million. Clearly that is more than we have now, so you know, that we couldn't just go based on that option, but we did want to show, you know, that is based on the feedback we did receive from the applicants that we have today. And then option two was if you were taking that $75,000, taking out a tiered approach, you know, it comes into a clearly unattainable matter of $75 million. So just wanted to show, illustrate, you know, based on the lower tier request where that would be. So, in these, did want to open up for discussion, but really, kind of where we're at here is looking at either doing a flat fee, $10,000, I think would work for the larger scale and get a lot of units there potentially. However, the smaller ones, it probably wouldn't work for based on the 15-year terms in there and all the requirements and time that they'd be bound to within this agreement. Just for reference, it's not shown here, but at that 1.3 million, if we were to do a tiered approach of say 10,000 per unit for the larger scale and 30,000 for the lower scale, that comes up to 1.3 million, puts you right around where we're at now. However, that number may not work for some of the smaller developers, but just did want to throw that out there as well. The developers, I believe, are all here tonight as well, so we've had some good discussions with them, but really, say tonight we're just looking for some discussion, hopefully some direction on kind of which way we go with this funding. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. Questions for Mr. Paccetti?
Yeah, just real quick, is that math right? On option two?
It's 7.5 million.
It's 7.5?
Just a typo there. It's not 75 million, it's 7.5.
Yes.
All right. Other questions for Mr. Paccetti from council?
Just money.
16 million, pretty significant difference.
It's affordable.
We just spent an hour on 30K. All right, I do have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Paccetti, and I don't know that you're able to answer this, but I mean, I know that we've looked at this, we've been round and round, and I think that a lot of the members of the council gave you the direction that, some kind of flat number per door is the way to go. Obviously, this gets more complicated with a larger development like the housing authority. If we got a guy who's out there building a 4 apartment place, like that's valuable for our community, for those to be affordable, and that's what we're ultimately trying to address. It's also valuable to our community for a large scale development where many people can live affordably in our city. So if you were to pick one of these, what do you think is the most fair to these developers? Because, I mean, you're the guy who runs this department. You're the one who has gotten the most feedback and talked to the most people. It seems to me that option 3, as far as having that tiered approach, is probably best. And then secondarily, what is the reasoning for cutting it at 20 units and not including a 3rd or 4th tier based on number of doors?
Sure. Option 3 is what I would say, based on staff, trying to find something that works for the largest group there. The 20 amount was just a number that me and my staff put together here, trying to draw a line somewhere in there. It could absolutely be split out, even further if we want to go that route. Those numbers purely were based on the information we received from the applicants, and then knowing that 20 would fit with those smaller scale requests in the box. Site size and everything depends in there, but we look at like a residential zone property, multifamily R2 property, it's 20 dwelling units per acre, so there's a kind of a number that correlates there, but in reality it could certainly be a 10 than a 20. So,
2 more questions. One, is there a benefit to capping the total number at 10K? For example, if somebody came and said, I got 300 units, I'm applying for this. Obviously, we're going to ultimately make whatever decision, but, even putting that kind of incentive out there, I think is not ideal. So yeah, that could exist, I'm sure it does. And then secondly, I looked ahead here and I saw that, your recommendation for the way in which we legislate this would be the forgivable loan or mortgage. In a property like the housing authority, for example, with so many different entities involved there, it would have to be a forgivable loan, correct? Not a mortgage.
Yes, I believe so.
And maybe Councilman Meade could certainly expand on that, because I was...
With a loan, typically we have a note, and then the mortgage is the collateral for the note. So long as they provide the type of rents that we dictate, then over the period of time, the note and mortgage gets forgiven. There are situations in workforce housing where the developer defaults. And so that's why this mortgage would be there, so that if the city put out $1 million towards the infrastructure, that the buyer at the foreclosure sale would still be restricted by these workforce housing parameters, so that they can't just be swiped away by a foreclosure. So that's the reason for the mortgage, is to protect that usage in the event the developer defaults.
And I do get that. I guess what I was more so asking would probably be more a question for them, as far as, like, there's other people probably in line as well that would have to be okay with us doing that to that property. Is that right?
Well, that would be the condition, that we would give the money, just as Florida Housing Finance Corporation does. They have a use restriction ahead of the mortgages, to where even if they foreclose the city's mortgage out, they could not foreclose the use restrictions the city's placing on this property.
Gotcha. That's what I was looking
So their lenders would have to be agreeable to this as well. And
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jeter.
So you said there's 1.3 million some change in the fund right now. What was option 4? I know you said it wasn't on here, but you said the numbers are what?
At 30,000 for that lower tier would put you right around the 1.3 million range total. It's, we showed it at 75,000 based on the request, the information that we received from those applicants, but just saying, obviously that number exceeds what we currently have in the fund. Yeah. So if you lowered, a tier down to say 30,000 apiece, as of the present, that puts you at 1.3 million.
So you'd still be the 100 units, $1 million, and some of the other ones at 30 units total. And that would be maxing out the fund.
That would be maxing out the fund that we have now.
I mean, just mathematically, I would think it's got to be option 1 or option 4, unless we're going to come up with money somewhere else to fund this, correctly?
Correct.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to address what you said there. What we don't know yet is, I did some math and looking at the requirements that the rent rates, what they'd have to be for 15 years. I don't know they're going to bite at 30,000. I'm not going to take it.
Right.
Not going to take it. They've said 75,000 is their magic number for them, and that makes sense. I did one, and it was about 80,000, so it's in the ballpark at least of what I thought on it. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. I don't think they would take the 30,000.
That's exactly right. That's why we showed it in here, based on what they said. So, but obviously the numbers don't quite work. So.
That's my concern also. Mr. Gray, and everyone is being asked to reduce their income, and they need the corresponding benefit if it's to work. If we ask too much, then it defeats the whole purpose.
Other questions for Mr. Pursetti? Mr. Smith?
I mean, I have some just for, I guess, the developments that are in here. It looks like Development is 2 units at workforce rates. The Greater Peace Missionaries 8 units at workforce rates, so that's 10 units for $1.1 million basically. The Housing Authority, I see 100 units on here, but aren't you guys building a 300 unit complex?
In phases. So this is just the first phase. The 100 units is just the first phase.
So are all 300 units workforce housing? And I believe you guys said the number last time. How big of a project is this? A $50 million project or something?
No, construction cost is about $26 million.
26.
So overall cost is over 30 million.
Okay, and then 100% of the units within there are going to be at workforce rates.
Yes, sir.
And then, am I correct in we have given you guys some money already?
There is...
Or made a resolution to give you guys some money already? 375
yes,
grand or something like that?
For the family phase, which we hope will be the next phase, the city is supporting that phase specifically with $340,000, which allows that phase to qualify as for the scoring category local government area of opportunity, which makes us more likely to get the funding. which is the top of the list. And then our other senior phase is currently being supported by the county, so that both of our applications can meet that goal.
So when is phase one planned to get under construction?
Our goal right now is to close by the end of the year, which would put us in construction by the first quarter of next year.
Funding wise, do you guys have all the money that you need to be able to do phase one?
We have secured funding commitments for the funding from Florida Housing, and we're in the process of getting our bids to secure our equity provider and our debt. We expect to make those decisions next month. At which point, all of our other sources of funding would be committed with signed letters of intent from our lenders and investors.
Okay.
For the record, Corpay has 42 partners, one of the development partners.
I've got a question for it too, if you want to come back to it.
I
I would like to keep you for a minute. You said total project development units is how many when it's all said and done of everything?
Right now, it's approximately 360 rental units, and we're looking at 20 ownership units.
And this request for $1 million, as I remember, I see Mark back there. I know it's related, to being able to develop that land that's back there from the stormwater runoff for the creek that's running back there, and it needs to be elevated. Is that correct?
That is correct. And actually,
I see him. I just
there's
wanted
questions there. He can explain it a lot better.
So if that gets hung up in some of our funding, maybe. The rest of the development's still moving forward. We're just trying to figure out how you guys can get $1 million to address the stormwater issues back there, to elevate that land to accommodate the.
Well, in order for us to be able to move forward, we have to do it all at once, right? In order for us to be able to replace that building, we need to address the infrastructure, because part of meeting our requirements are raising the building above the floodplain and addressing the fact that the site is now in a flood zone.
When you're talking about that building, you're talking about the one that was set on what's currently the park or the athletic fields?
Yeah. So in order to be able to complete the first building, we have to start tackling the infrastructure.
But that's not where the first building would be going. It's out here somewhere. I understand what you're saying, but it's not the first place of development is that piece of land there, correct?
I'm sorry, which piece of land are you referring to?
With the fields on it, football field where they've been
Oh,
practicing?
no. The building is going to go on the northern, closer to the northern boundary, yes. So north of the fields.
Where the youth center is, I think.
I'm sorry?
Near the youth center.
Yes, near where the youth center is, correct.
Mr. Allegretto.
So, as we discussed before, I mean, what could impact fees and the city's reduction of them help in this project?
It would help, yes. The impact fees calculated are less than this amount, so it wouldn't get us where we need to go, but it would help, yes.
Well, what kind of impact, do you have that number?
I believe the estimate we have is between $500,000 and $600,000.
So that's still a
For
very significant.
permit and impact fees, and including site and building.
Thank you.
Mr. Mead.
Back to Mr. Smith's questions. When we say all of it's allocated to workforce housing, does that, I don't think it means that all of it is reduced rents, does it? It's a portion
No,
of.
all of our units are going to have both income and rent restrictions.
Okay.
And they're going to be at 60% of AMI, so we're going to be both on that.
Okay. Well, okay. And then regarding the funding, it was my understanding that y'all have already secured your funding for the construction.
The big piece of the funding is the funding from Florida Housing, yes.
Okay.
That's, which is a soft loan, and then some federal tax credits that we use to generate the equity for the transaction.
So if the council, my question is, would the project move forward with or without the assistance of the city for this $1 million requested?
I can't tell you with certainty that we'd be able to move forward. I can tell you that we would try hard, we'd try our hardest, but I cannot tell you with certainty that we'd be able to.
Okay. And I'm trying to understand because we only have a certain amount of funds. Okay. Asked another way, is there a $5 million developer fee built into this financing?
Yes, and we are currently deferring just over 50% of that, which is problematic for our investors and our lenders. And so this could only get worse.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
The infrastructure we keep going back to, it's our infrastructure that we're technically responsible for that we need to move, is that correct?
That's an interesting question. I know that there's a cooperation agreement that was put in place in like 1970, and if you go back and read it, there is some language in there that talks about the installation of the infrastructure and in relationship to what the housing authority was responsible for putting in, and then also who's going to operate and maintain that infrastructure. So there is a significant amount of infrastructure that goes through the property that does not benefit the housing authority. It's just strictly for the city's use, and they have some easements over it, some kind of, I would say, part of this cooperation agreement talks about who's going to, how it's going to be taken care of and who owns it, how, all that kind of stuff. But and then some of it is the infrastructure for the some water lines and some sewer lines that are for the benefit of the buildings themselves. But a lot of this is, the biggest challenge with this is the fact that, similar to this building right here, you're built in a flood zone. So I think we all understand that you can't rebuild this building right where it's at. You would probably have to put in like 4 or 5 feet of fill where we're standing right now to bring this building into compliance with flood elevation. Those are the kind of obstacles we're trying to overcome. And those are the obstacles the city's gonna have to overcome if they ever redevelop this property and some of the properties adjacent to the coastline. So that's kind of where we're at, is that you got somebody here who's right here, standing here now saying, hey, we're ready to put in a 100-unit affordable housing development on a piece of property that's been basically serving that need for the last 50 years. And you've got a pot of money that's been sitting around for an extended period of time. And I don't think we're really down to, well, what are you going to use it for, and how's it going to be, and that kind of stuff. I think right now it's just a matter of the city has something that would benefit the public, and all you have to do is say, okay, this is the way we're going to distribute it out in a fair and equitable manner. And it's kind of hard to just say, well, we're going to take this project on its own, this project, and we're going to kind of try to regulate the money that way. I just see this as, hey, let's come up with a system that basically says, here's the money, if you come in, this is how much you're going to get. And everybody knows what that is, and we move forward. It just happens to be that one project is 10 times larger than the combination of the other two, but that shouldn't necessarily penalize or help one or the other. I mean, it kind of looks big, but in the grand scheme of things, it's, compared to the numbers we were just talking about, $20 million is, $1 million is just a small part of the project. But like I said, the interesting thing about this is it's a little complicated because there is kind of this relationship that the housing authority has with the city, and there's some things that are unique about this project that we wouldn't necessarily have to incur on other land development projects.
Got it. So even going back to that, like Councilman Walker said meetings ago, if this fund was not even here and we did away with it, if another developer came in and wanted to develop that property, we'd probably be back in the same table coming up with some type of funding to help, because we're responsible for some of that over there.
Like I said, it's an interesting question because, I should say this, not necessarily with another developer, but with the housing authority, because you have a cooperation agreement right now. And if the housing authority, which they're trying to do right now, we all seen what the housing authority property looks like. It's like a 50-year-old property. It's time. It needs to be redeveloped. And there is this agreement between the city and the housing authority, and there's some language in there that's very specific that says that the city will go to certain lengths and certain efforts in order to assist the housing authority in regards to helping them, with their mission, which is to provide affordable housing in the city for Long Beach. Now, to what degree that is, it didn't really get into the specifics because I don't think they had $1.3 million sitting in a pot of money or pot there, back in 1970. That would have been a huge pot of money, but you do have it now, and you do have an opportunity here to, use that money in a manner to help this project move forward. And you've seen what they did with Soundside. I mean, the Housing Authority is a pretty good organization, we're lucky to have them here, and I think it's time to kind of help give them a boost to get that project moving forward.
Got it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Walker.
That's the first I've heard of the cooperation agreement. Do we have a copy of that? So, I mean, Kim, is it something you've looked at? Have you been involved in reviewing it?
No.
So that's interesting.
if you look really hard, I've got a copy of it, I can share it with you.
Sure.
But it's actually interesting. I went on the GIS website and I was clicking around trying to find easements agreements through the, for the various easements that go through the property, and that just happened to be one of the documents that popped up. Some of it's a little bit hard to read because it's not real legible, but I've read through it, and I probably defer to somebody like Mr. Mead to decipher through the legality of some of the wording of whatnot. But I mean, the general gist of the thing is that, like I said, at that point in time, the city and the housing authority were really trying to work together, and they realized that the housing authority needed assistance and help in order to basically, fund their mission or and assist them with things like the infrastructure, which is a cost they have to incur, which, nothing that I do in civil engineering is the sexy part of the project. It's not the building, it's not the place you live, it's the stuff you don't see that you rely on every single day. But it really doesn't, people don't pay rent to have water and sewer and all those kind of things, in the ground. They just like the use of it and stuff like that. They want to have nice kitchens and bathrooms and things like that. But those are direct costs that you have to incur in order to make the rest of the project work.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith.
Chris, kind of follow up on something Nick was saying about the impact fees and stuff like that. How do you tie the impact fees to workforce housing? I mean, it's going to be the same dollar for dollar if you're going to ask them to do workforce housing, and it's going to be at 15-year rate. It's still going to be 80 grand if you're only waiving $15,000 in impact fees. Then the math ain't mathing. You're not going to do it because you're giving up $75,000 worth of equity. So, what do you do there if you were to do impact fees?
If we were to waive them?
Yeah.
Then, sorry, I'm trying to stick with you there. So, there would be a way. I don't know if Daniel will speak any more on it. Not necessarily my side there, but we have waived some of the fees in the past.
Well, I know how we waive them.
Right.
I understand that process. Right. We could use the 1.3 million. It's in the account. They come in. They say, "Hey, our project's going to be $600,000 worth of impact fees." We take 600 out of the 1.3, reimburse the impact accounts that get impacted. But what I'm saying is when that developer goes to build that, they're raising their hand saying, "I'm building workforce housing." After they get that money, the next day they can turn around and say, "Oh, now we're at market rate." How do you ensure that stays there? Is it the same process?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically, the only way to do it would be is not require it to be 15 years. You'd have to go down on your years to make the math line back up.
You could shrink that time frame some, and that's with the development agreements. It's something to keep in mind. As we're talking the process here. Any applicant, whether it's these three or somebody else, would be in front of council through a development agreement, whether it's adding it to the mortgage or as part of the loan process, to set the terms and be approved by council for the specific terms. That's why in here we kind of set the option, because it one way may work for a certain developer or landowner versus another. Our goal, kind of on staff side, would be to work with them to come up with an option that would work for them to be able to present to council saying, "Hey, here's the way that we're recommending for a specific developer for a specific development." But yes, we could definitely hold it in there and make that time to figure out the math there and in the time frame.
Other questions from Mr. Pursetti?
I do. I didn't know if Travis was done.
Okay.
Here, Jeff, the developer mentioned the $500,000 or $600,000 in impact fees or development application permits, all of that stuff. And I thought Travis was going there, and I think he kind of went close. We take, we've got this fund set up over here, and we take $1 million, give it to them, and they take 600,000 of it, give it to you. It's like, what are we doing? Why don't you just waive the fees?
Sure.
Just waive the fees, the permits. We're going to pay for it, spend it, whatever you want. We're going to have that expense of it anyway. So, if we just did the permits, left the money in the fund, we at a future date can decide what happens with the rest of that fund. We obviously, sounds like we have some form of a cooperation agreement with them. about helping them. It doesn't necessarily lay out any money, apparently. It just says we will, and I think that would be go a long way. What would $500,000, $600,000 in application permit fees I think we've all said it, or several of us have said it. I know I said it on site over there. This project, your project's going to happen over there, whether we give a dime or not, I believe. Do you agree with that, or is there something that if you don't get money from us, is it going to fail?
No.
At this point,
Sure.
At this point, our estimates for construction and infrastructure are going up. Our estimates for financing costs are going up. So no, I can't tell you that if we don't get the funds, I cannot tell you that we're going to get there. One point, if I may, this is the first part of a large redevelopment of 124 units that, as Mark was saying, are old, and they're going to keep getting older, and they're going to be ever more susceptible to damage every time there's a storm or just a high rain event because of this flooding. With this phase, the Housing Authority is going to start redeveloping this property, and it's going to end the public housing program in the city of Fort Walton Beach. So we're moving forward here into the future, eliminating that program. That program will not ever be reopened in the city. So we're going to continue to provide workforce housing, but we have an opportunity to do it in a way that, similar to Soundside, looks a lot more attractive, serves a lot more residents, which serves a lot more the employers in the city. So, I guess that's an aside from your question, but at one point.
Yeah, I mean, I've dealt in development, and I know that when you get that close on that big of a project and you're 400,000 away from the finish line, things happen. They come together.
$400,000 is an easier gap to fill than $1 million, yes.
Well, and that's, based on your own statement, $500,000 to $600,000 in permitting and all of the other fees, that puts you pretty close. And again, if we went that route, we would be leaving the $1 million untouched for your program. What happens with these other applicants for that money is yet to be determined, but you're here, it's a big project, we've got a cooperation going with you and everything else. So, it might be a split where we can do the permits. And again, it's just crazy for me to see the money come out of one city fund to go back into the city to another department for permitting and all those things that go in there. So I'd just soon it be given.
Yeah, I mean, the permanent impact fees are development costs, right, that we pay in the majority of municipalities. Some municipalities do sort of have statutes that statutorily they waive a portion of those. So it is done in the industry, but a lot of municipalities don't, and we get our estimates from the city staff, and we put those in our development budget,
Sure.
which is where we are today.
Which again, $500,000 to $600,000 you're thinking.
Yeah, those are the estimates. I'm going off of memory, but that's the estimate I received from staff. Yeah.
But when we waive a fee, our fees are based on cost from the city. So if we waive a $600,000, ignore that. If it's just one application fee, the city charges X amount of dollars per application fee because that's what the city's established that it costs the city for power, water, labor, software, etc. Am I correct?
Yes,
Okay.
for the impact fees, that's on the utility side. For the other part, the smaller part is permit fees, and that's they're all enterprise funds, so it's based on the cost.
So I guess where I'm going with this is if we simply waive a fee, then that adds to the expense of operating the city that we're sitting here struggling with paying for. So my suggestion, and I support this development. I think it's going to be great for the city. But what I would recommend we do is that this is the direction we're going to take, that we, instead of leaving that money there and adding an expense to the city for these waiver of these fees, etc., that we take the money and like we would do with a CRA grant. We took the money from the CRA bucket, if you will, and when we had the waivers and incentives, we would take the money from the CRA and pay it to the appropriate department so that department didn't incur a loss for that year. So that's where I would encourage us to go ahead and utilize the funds that we have on hand for that purpose. And If not, then I'm afraid that we could be.
And I hear what you're saying, I just think that it is 6 of one, half dozen of the other. And if it's not, I want to hear about it, but again, I know they've got cost, and there is a cost. If we release $1 million, there's a cost to the city, and the city is the people. I mean, it's that $1 million is theirs, and we're giving it to someone else to create affordable housing. It's the same thing if we, quote, have to pay more. Maybe we have to increase the budget next year for planning and zoning and permitting and all. I'm not sure. I said it last meeting, I'll say it again. I wouldn't mind seeing that $1.3 million going back into the general fund and stop these requests for housing grants from us. We're not in that business. We can support them with infrastructure. We can support them with permitting and zoning and that kind of stuff. But we shouldn't be in, personal opinion, we shouldn't be in the business of taking taxpayers' money, putting it in a fund, giving it to someone else so that they can present affordable housing. Y'all know that. I've said that a number of times. It's not changed. So that's my opinion on it. I would like to see the money go back, but I may be one of a few.
And all I'm suggesting is if we are going to be waiving, that we use this money to reimburse ourselves, or not waive at all.
Mr. Smith?
Basically, it's just an accounting process. Your one business entity within the city, which is the Public Works, is not getting their revenue for the services that they're providing if we waive the fees. So their operating expense and then their operating account drops. You need one, what is it, costs $500,000, the lift station. You need one lift station, it's $1 million. Well, you've relieved $600,000 worth of revenue out of his account, and he can't put a lift station in. So what you do is you have the money sitting over here, you take it from this account to reimburse this account so he can continue to operate, because that Public Works enterprise fund runs like a business. They have to have money in there. If they don't, they will cease to exist. So all it is an accounting process of moving money from one account to the other account to make sure that the enterprise fund can maintain doing business day in and day out.
And I appreciate your perspective, both of you. And mine is we've taken essentially, not we, the previous councils that set it up, we've taken taxpayers' money under the premise of supporting affordable housing. We're taking it, we're giving it to an entity that turns around and gives it back to the city, which in my opinion is just another tax. That makes sense. We've just taxed the people so that we could give it back to ourselves. I've described it as a self-licking ice cream cone. It just supports itself. I mean, it came from the taxpayers to support affordable housing. They said, well, we need to give it to them because we're charging them $600,000 for permitting, so it's not affordable. So it's a vicious cycle. And I don't support it. I don't support this method of giving money to some and not to others. I'd like for it to all go back to taxpayers, which y'all heard them say that before.
All right. Anyone else? Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir. I don't. Mr. Persetti had something.
I was looking, I actually did have the estimate for the housing authority project fees with me here, just to help clarify on that, and theirs were coming in about $375,000 ish based on the current estimates we have. So just keep in mind, we're talking $500,000-600,000, probably, maybe up to about $400,000 or less.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions from council? Anyone from the public wish to make their presentation on this subject? Mr. Steiner.
I just, not really talking about the project itself, even though I'm kind of involved with possibly, I think I've spoken to all three of the projects at some time or another, possibly providing some services for them. But I think it gets right back to at one point in time, the city council allocated money for affordable housing. So they had an idea, a concept in mind. And then, unfortunately, it doesn't sound like anybody really thought that went through in terms of providing a plan to implement that. Now, all of a sudden, it kind of got dumped in your laps here. And the last meeting was literally, hey, how do you want to do this? And I thought it was kind of odd because normally I would think that the cities would give. I don't see the city council or a county commissioner's job is to tell the city how to do their job, if that makes sense, or how to implement things. Your job is to basically evaluate things and then say, it's a good thing or a bad thing based on the fact that you represent the constituents of the city. So it's kind of unfair that you guys are in this position, I think, but I think you've been presented with a couple of options tonight, and now it's time to say yes, yay, or nay. And I personally think, not necessarily being involved with any of the projects, is that, well, I think it kind of makes a lot of sense to say, well, we're going to say this many dollars for this many doors. This will allow some developments, however they come to be, to offset the costs. And I understand what Councilmember Walker is talking about, but at the same time, this money's already been allocated for that particular use. And it's kind of interesting because in this day and age, right now, we have a housing problem. I mean, Santa Rosa County just was blowing up there this past week about rezoning properties and this and that and the other thing. And the military is talking about it. Everybody's talking about affordable housing right now. You have an opportunity to take that money, give it back to some entities that want to try to do that. And if you just give them something, well, you're making a step forward. And I think the simpler you make it, the less of it is a burden on for you to have to kind of explain how or why this got more or that got less. If you make it straight even across the board, and then it's really incumbent upon the people who are doing these projects to step forward and say, hey, we'll take that money and we'll try to do some good and create some affordable housing in the city of Fort Walton Beach. And I think there are some opportunities there for you to do it. And then once the $1.3 million is done, you're out. And then it's up to you to say, hey, we're going to make a conscious decision to add more money to it, or just say, hey, we don't want to be in the affordable housing, supplementing the affordable housing business anymore. I can't tell you, and I'm talking to Elliot Camper, who's the growth management director of Okaloosa County, in my 20-some-odd years experience at doing land development work, there's nobody coming forward to do it out of their own pocket. So I've always said that the government's job is to do the things that everybody else doesn't want to do. Fire, police, roads, bridges, schools, all that stuff. We can't do that as individuals very easily. So basically, you as an entity that can collect our money and pull it together to do something bigger than what we can do as individuals. In this particular situation, really affordable housing is going to be incumbent upon somebody like yourselves to help make the difference in the delta of what it costs to provide the affordable housing and actually collect the rents you're talking about and provide that need. So I would encourage you to just say, hey, we're going to pick, me personally, option one is completely fair. It's honest. It's straight across the board. It is what it is. You come in, here's your units, here's your money, and as Mr. Mead was saying, there's a mortgage and a loan and all that, how that works. I will say one thing: if you do not collect the impact fees and just give us a break on impact fees, you lose the benefit of having. There's no way to tie that. Does that make sense? If you just waive the impact fees, we haven't really taken a loan of money, and thus we don't have to. If we default, then we just didn't collect that money. I'm not saying, but that was just interesting. I'm thinking about that. And the CRA situation was Landmark Center, which I was involved with. We did that same thing. We just transferred money in and out. So Daniel over there is not sitting there minus $500,000 trying to figure out how to put in all that structure that I'm intimately involved with. So, like I said, my recommendation, or my suggestion to you is just go with option number one and then move this thing forward until you run out or exceed your $1.3 million, and then you've done your part and help that previous city council implement the plan that they originally came up with.
Mark, I appreciate that, but what we have found, and I wish it was that simple, but what we found is that option one, nobody takes it. We've had it for 3 years. We had to do backward somersaults to give away $123,000 last year, I believe it was. I mean, that was something else, but they have to meet this number at $75,000, $80,000 because of the reduced rent they must take over 15 years. And we talked last meeting about restructuring it, and we've talked about it a little bit tonight. It's a 5-year deal or a 10-year deal. Maybe that can change these other guys down here. I know they're wanting $1 million, and these other guys have stated what they want. If it's not $75,000, then they're probably not going to take it, nor will anyone else.
I think, Mike, I appreciate that, but what we have found, and I wish it was that simple, but that was his interest. I'm thinking about that. And the CRA situation was Landmark Center, which I was involved with. We did that same thing. We just transferred money in and out. So Daniel over there is not sitting there minus $500,000 trying to figure out how to put in all that structure that I'm intimately involved with. So, like I said, my recommendation, my suggestion to you is just go with option number one and then move this thing forward until you run out or exceed your $1.3 million, and then you've done your part and help that previous city council implement the plan that they originally came up with. but you say nobody will take it, but there is one group that is gonna take it.
The only group that's gonna take it's the group that doesn't need it.
I mean, and I'm just gonna play the devil's advocate here. Why don't you just give one group $1.3 million and be done with it, and they basically do 130 units. I understand the complexities of the magnitude of scale. Like I tell my clients all the time, there's no such thing as a small project. There are just projects, and they just get bigger. There's an economy of scale. So the bigger the project is, there is some benefit to that. It is very hard to do a 2-unit affordable housing complex. That's a duplex. You know, that's what home builders build. You know, when you're talking about 100 to 400 units, that's a project. That's that's where you really, and if we can allocate that money, like I said, you got a group of people who have spent a lot of time putting together a huge chunk of money. We just need to get over the finish line. So there is somebody who will take that money and will do something good with it.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith.
Where was the gentleman from the Housing Authority? So we gave you committed $375,000 to you guys for phase 2.
Yes, for the first family phase. Yes.
So phase 1 doesn't happen. I'm assuming phase 2 isn't going to happen. Is that right?
It sets us back. It sets us back to the drawing board. The Housing Authority's been working over 5 years to get funding for the first phase. So it would be a tremendous setback to the redevelopment effort.
I feel a little frustrated right now, and Mr. Holmes, I'm sure that you, as well as I, probably didn't realize that the $375 that we were giving them was only for the second phase. You know, so I assume that the $375 that we were giving you was going to help get the funding secured so we can start breaking down ground and start building these things. But now I'm being told that the $375 is not going to happen until phase 2, and we're sitting here talking about $1 million is putting in question phase 1. You know, so it's almost like, where does the ask end? I'll give you guys my opinion on this. I've gone around. I can kind of agree with a little bit of everything that everybody has said here, but the more that I look at this and the more that I look at the amount of money that we have here, I just don't feel good about this. And the more that I look at it, I feel like the better route to have gone with this is give a developer a piece of property that we have and let them go and develop it. Something in a brownfield that they can help get extra dollars from the federal government. You know, just handing a check, I don't know. The only place that we get units at is the Housing Authority, which I absolutely agree that project needs to go and it needs to get better. I feel like the only way that I could probably see myself agreeing to anything today would be is talking about a fee waiver, but you know, handing one project $1.3 million while leaving the other 2 projects out, you know, that's a tough deal. I also have a problem with the money as well. This is City of Fort Walton Beach taxpayers' money. And so me, as being selfish and wanting the taxpayers to get the best benefit, I want whoever we're giving this money to, when somebody goes and lives in that apartment, they're working in a business within the city limits of Fort Walton Beach. You know, that's a difficult thing to do, to require that in any of this stuff, and to follow through and check on it, because while you may be working today, tomorrow you could be working somewhere else, and it's not like you can just go kick anybody out if they don't meet that requirement. So there's a lot of internal struggle I have with this, and the only place that I feel like I have landed on that I think that I could swallow is waiving some fees. And I think that my view on this has changed, and really the right way to do this is maybe look at some other property that we have around in the city of Fort Walton Beach, and maybe have a conversation with somebody like the Housing Authority that we have 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 acres here, like, hey, we've got this piece of land, you know, let's talk about maybe giving it to you guys and what you guys could provide to us on it. That seems to me maybe a better way to do it. But I mean, I could be totally off base.
We're happy
on
to
that.
entertain those conversations, but, we do provide housing that is affordable for the workforce, that supports the local businesses. And if you don't build a unit, the option of housing someone that works for the small businesses in town isn't even there. So,
I get that. That's why I said it's a hard thing, and then like the selfish part of me wants to make sure that that was the case. But I know that that's not something that's necessarily feasible.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, so I think we're kind of spouting off some opinions. I'm gonna just jump in on it. This $1.3 million was a part of this council that established this fund. I believe 2 others up here also were. I envisioned this to be something that we looked at, that people like Barry Gray, small businesses that wanted to develop, this handful of housing units in our city would come to us and say, hey, I've got this project, it meets all these criteria. We establish the criteria as the city staff establishes the criteria, and then they would look at it and say, yes, this meets the criteria. I think where we're getting hung up in this situation is now because a larger development, which is a very valuable development, which is a very valid development, has come and asked us for money. The $375,000 thing, Mr. Smith, that you were talking about earlier, I do recall that as well. I do remember that they needed that guarantee from a city, from our city, so that they could get the funding from the Florida Housing Authority, or from the state, rather. Is that right?
Yes, and it's a funding category where a jurisdiction can support one application and that application until that application gets funded. So I wasn't a part of the development team when that went through, so I'm not privy to the discussions and the presentations of that to the council. But yes, it was so our family phase could compete at that goal at the top.
I understand. So what I'm going to suggest here is this, and I'm not making a motion yet because I certainly want everybody to have opportunity for questions, which is what this is supposed to be. But I'm just joining. So I don't want the other smaller projects on this list to suffer from the big project. We have $1.3 million, period. That's it. I don't think anybody up here, I've heard any appetite to dip into any kind of other money to increase this and say, well, let's just get everybody in. So I would like to find some sort of compromise to fund all of these projects and then gracefully bow out and have this discussion again in the future when this remains a massive need in our community. And we are once again willing to address it because currently it doesn't seem like we are. So if we want to do this, let's find some combination of funding these infrastructure projects. Obviously, we just can't waive that. We can't just burden one city department with all of that money and say, you get nothing and do all of the work and all of the hard costs and you just figure it out. And that's just not the way it works. So let's find the cost of these 2 other projects if they meet the criteria and fund them fully, and then the remaining money let's put into this larger project. Just my suggestion, but a way forward and a way to be over with this discussion completely. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Jeter.
We've circled back on this so many times, and I'm with you, Mark. I wish when the motion was made, councils ago, there was a lot more details to it from the start. And I will, my personal, since we're going down the feelings here, is I'm with Councilman Smith and Councilman Walker. I don't think the government should be involved in this arena competing with our taxpayers. So I don't like that. The only way I like this is the infrastructure word. I think the government's job is infrastructure, safety, and things along those lines. I don't want to get in the competition with our citizens, but this project needs infrastructure that we're responsible for. And I think the only way that our community grows is by infill, which is we have to bulldoze buildings and build newer buildings. We're trapped by land, we're trapped by Air Force Base. This is a project that's going to increase our population, and it's a great infill project that's going to be brand new and provide more doors. So I would support option 1 or the option 4 if we meet in the middle, like I said earlier, but strictly from the infrastructure standpoint, knowing what I know about the project to see it move forward. Otherwise, I would be moving the money completely somewhere else like we've talked about, but we've had a workshop on this. We've talked about it 2 or 3 meetings. I'm also with you. I'm ready to move forward and get some other things done. But I support option 1 due to the infrastructure, yes.
Mr. Schmidt.
Mr. Jorge, if the funding were to be allocated toward y'all's project, whether it's for the infrastructure costs that Mr. Jeter just alluded to, or let me ask you this very directly. When could we count on the property being closed and the shovels in the ground for phase 1 if X amount of dollars was funded?
Between the beginning, by the end of the first quarter of next year.
And that's shovels in the ground?
Yes, sir.
And that's by the end of first quarter next calendar year?
Correct. Yeah, so
by March?
A year from next month, yes.
Gotcha, of 25. Thank you.
And I just want to address Mr. Smith's comment regarding workforce housing. When we do a traffic study for projects in Crestview in Oakland County requires us at a minimum to have 30% of all the traffic that's being generated by that traffic coming from the south end of the county. And that's based on their studies. So you've got 30% of all the traffic that's heading north on 85 that's getting stuck up there heading north that's coming from Fort Walton Beach. The more you can put units in Fort Walton Beach, the more you're going to keep those cars from, first of all, going all the way up there, and you're going to keep them here. So those are people who are working here, who aren't living here. And I think that the more density you can put, like you were just talking about, Mr. Jeter, more density you can put in Fort Walton Beach, and especially the more affordable, because I've lived here for 25 years. I'm not from here. I'm not, this is not my hometown that I grew up in, but it's changed exponentially, and the price of everything out here is just out of control. And I think if you can do something to help that in any way, whether it's through zoning or permitting or anything you can do, I think that's a good thing, because we're running into this problem where it's all backwards. We're working in Fort Walton Beach, we're living in Navarre and Crestview, and we're not going west. They're coming this way, but I'm just saying, like I said, anything you can do to help them out. And I think this project would do just that. It would provide more units and a more affordable rate. And also the same thing with what the other 2 projects are doing. Anything we can do would be helpful.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mead.
Mr. Persetti, I'm concerned with option number 1, or waiving fees, that Greater Peace or Mr. Gray's development might not benefit them enough to be in the program. So was there a hybrid on option number 4 that would be able to both benefit those developments, which are not less important but smaller in size, give them enough benefit to be in the program, as well as the larger program, which we want to see as well?
Yeah, exactly. So, the say kind of control option 4 there, that fits within that 1.3 million we have. I can't speak on their behalf to say whether or not that's good, enough for them. But maybe if it's a lower rate term, instead of 15 years, it's 7, 5, 10, somewhere in there. We came back with that. Maybe that makes the numbers work for them. But that's what we were trying to find. Somewhere that we could potentially an option that could give to all of the current ones.
Could we get I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but would option number 4 be of any benefit to your developments?
I mean, I really, very grateful 217 Grand Avenue. I haven't really looked at what he has on board. My contractor is Bob Construction, and I would have to get with him to let him look at it. Then I can be back on a later date, but I just can't tell you that right now, because I got with them and they did all the numbers for me. Right. And also, Mr. Warren Hill is here too also. And our developments are inside the CRA district and so forth like that. And I think the Housing Authority project is a great project. But there's several other projects. 100 Wyndham Drive just did an expedite development order. He's getting ready to develop, I think, 6 or 8 units. And you look back at that unit 100, that's one of your high crime areas, where it's a bad building sitting there about to fall in. He just bought that building to try to reach out to workforce housing. So there's other small projects getting ready to come open within our CRA district. If Warren does his project, I do my project, it's about 50 units within that CRA district. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair, excuse me. Go ahead, Walker.
It looks like maybe, I mean, you know, I'm glad you're back, because I don't know if I could make a motion and then vote against it, but, because I'm against it. However, I do recognize I'm one of a few, so it looks like maybe the magic number is 75,000, but the number that's not been adjusted is the 100 units. If you adjust the units, which would be 10, call it whatever you want, because it's just a give of money. $75,000 times 10 is 750,000, right? So 750, 600, 150, I think is 1.3. That's, you get out, you flush it out, they get 750 of their ask. We may be able to waive some fees if needed to maybe help them there if that's what the council decides to do. Again, I'd rather not make that motion, but if someone else wanted to make that motion, I mean, I'm serious. It's what it is. It's 75,000. It gives them 750,000, the housing authority. And we have the right or the ability to waive other fees. There's $250,000 left of their ask. That can come in a separate request if they want it or need it, or maybe they're just tired of coming up here to talk about it. But that's, I think, the magic number. You limit the units, not the dollars.
Mr. Pizzetti, back to you.
Well, I'm going to go down that rabbit hole also. I feel like we're looking at apples and oranges here. We have the Housing Authority, which is much larger than what we're talking about with Mr. Grace and the other gentleman's project. Can we not, impact fees and also money? But we also have, the city also has other land that we can work with the Housing Authority to build more workforce housing that we could throw into the pot. I'm just throwing this out for discussion.
Well, I think that's really getting us off where we need to get to tonight, but that's opinion. Mr. Jeter?
Last thing, we said at the workshop, what scares me about some of the other ones, though, and it would be on you, is if your staff can maintain the level of inspections and the level of, we know with a larger project, they're gonna have federal, state, banking, they're gonna have regulations that's going to enforce a situation like Soundside. We know they're gonna have to play by the book. Is staff gonna be able to stay up and up on the other projects to make sure they're really, what is AMI, what's really being charged rent? Are you gonna be able to do that to your team, or is that gonna be too much of a burden on you guys?
Yes, I believe based on the few that we have here now, we can certainly handle it. We have some of the processes in place for CDBG now. If this was to be a recurring fund that, each year another 2, 3, 4 added to that, I'd say, my answer would probably be different and say, no, there's overhead, there's admin cost. Based on, Housing Authority, they're well versed, they already have to do this. Theirs is simple, even though it's large in scale. The other two are small. However, for us, if we have those terms in there, for the loan or the mortgage, then our goal would be to set an annual compliance date in January each year that they have to submit to us. And if they don't, we start that process to get the money back. It's that simple.
And I got faith in you and your team, but you kind of answered my question. It starts off like this, and it goes like this, and I feel like it could possibly be like the parking lot situation. 10 years ago, it started off as a couple cars, and now, not you can't
sure,
it, but we as a city are like, oh, well, we didn't know this 5 years later, and then we're back up here, so.
If the fund, it does increase, if this exhausts the funds and this discussion ends and we're gone, we're good, if it changes, then we would have to look at the admin kind of component there.
So back to option 4, if we could keep that's the hybrid in my mind, is the get whatever's left, we can do the additional funding from the 1.1 to the 1.3 and divide it between instead of getting 80 and 20, it's additional money.
What's that? I didn't understand what you said there.
The option 4 instead of the option 1 of staying 1.1, we still have $200,000 in the account. You cap off the large units and the 2 smaller projects get more. I think so we said earlier, it'd be about 30 a door, right?
Yes, that's, yeah, to make to use, to basically use up this entire fund.
Yeah.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion if you didn't want to entertain one.
I would love to entertain one.
I move that our city disperse the money in this fund, which I believe is a total of $1,376,291.74 as a forgivable loan or mortgage to be dispersed after completion of the foundation survey. The loan mortgage would be forgiven at the rate of 1/15 per full year of compliance. The dispersal of funds would be as follows. The smaller 2 projects, 8 units and 2 units at $60,000 per unit for a total of $600,000. 100 units remaining at $775,000.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
I've got questions, so I'll have to say it.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Alvarado, second by Councilman Walker. And I'm not going to be able to repeat all those numbers, but that's right now.
That's fine.
Yeah, I got a little, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I got a little lost there on the housing hitting 7, what did you say? How much?
775.
So, that was close. What I did after I spoke about it, I did the math at, if we gave away $1.3 million at $75,000, restricting housing to 10, that gives them $750,000. It gives the other 2 developers $75,000 as they've requested, which disperses it all, I think. Please check me.
Sure.
And then I said, well, if we've got 100, that gives us 110 total units for $1.3 million. That's $11,818, I think is what I came up with. But anyway, that's back closer to that $10,000 we talked about in the beginning. I mean, I know we're mixing it all up, but if the housing unit applied for 10 at $75,000, that gives them $750,000. And then, so add 6 to that, and then 150, I think that's 1.3, because that's 10, 750, no, that's 1.4.
I mean, we're close.
Yeah, we're close.
What you were talking about would leave the housing authority with $626,290.
Right, and then, but what, you know, what we don't know yet is that they have, the 2 other developers, all 3 of them have said it, they need this amount of money to make it work, of course. So is there some, you know, if they won't take $60,000, is that what you turned it out to be, 60 per door?
Yes.
If they won't take it, it's left in the balance.
It is.
And it kills, I don't want to say it kills their deal, but it kills affordable housing. They'll build them. They just won't be under any restrictions of rent.
Okay.
So at $75,000, they've said, I think, Mr. Gray, at $75,000 a door, and another developer at $75,000 a door, you would be able and interested in developing affordable housing under the rent terms, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Walker, since you seconded my motion, would you be willing to entertain a change to the motion?
Absolutely.
I would like to change the motion to fund the 2 smaller projects at $75,000 per door. The remaining $626,291 to go to the housing authority. Would you allow that?
I would allow that.
Okay.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to fund the 2 smaller projects at $75K per door, and the remaining money to go to the housing authority.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Any further discussion on that? Council, may we get a vote? And it does pass 6-1. Thank you, Council. All right, that finally brings us to item 7, the consent agenda.
May I move the consent agenda for approval?
Mr. Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Sir.
And this might be for you. I don't want to mess it up. Just wait just a minute.
Would anyone like a walk?
Yes, sir.
So I know on the consent agenda, and I've done it before, where I do have some questions on the library. So I don't know, because in a typical fashion, we make a motion, a second, and then discussion. So I don't want to remove it. I just have a few questions about it, if that's acceptable, or do I need to remove that one and talk about it separately? Is there a...
Typically, you would remove it, because when you approve the consent agenda, you're going to take that off, talk about it, and then make a separate motion. But if the chair of the meeting, the mayor, wants to let you talk about it before discussing the whole consent agenda.
I don't mind either way. I just didn't know if there was a benefit to removing it versus just talking about it in between the motion and the second.
Depends on whether it's a lengthy discussion or not.
You know me.
Why don't you make a motion to remove it and we'll go
I
over it.
would remove it because your comments may change how people will vote.
Sure.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item 7.3 for extended Mr. Walker type discussion.
I'll second that.
All right. And moved by Councilman Allegretto, second by Councilman Walker, to approve the consent agenda minus item 7.3, which we'll talk about following the consent agenda. Further comment?
No, sir.
Comment?
Is
Comment,
this
go ahead,
a
Mr. Smith.
5-minute thing, a 30-minute thing?
It may be 5.
Okay.
Council, please vote.
Y'all act like it's 30.
All right, then the consent agenda minus 7.3 is approved as presented. Now, item 7.3, MOU between Fort Walton Beach Library Friends and the Fort Walton Beach Library.
So,
Mr. Walker.
who will be representing the library? And okay. Are you representing the Friends or the library itself?
The Fort Walton Beach Library Friends.
Okay.
I'm Jay Azaretto, I'm the president of the organization.
Okay, great. And then Jeff, is someone from the library here themselves?
It does not appear.
No, the board is.
Yeah, the board of the Library Friends is, but
Okay.
it does not appear that anyone from the library organization itself is here.
Okay.
So I'll try to answer council's questions to the best of my ability. As far as our organization, I can't speak to.
Sure, and it's probably going to end up being more for staff, but I'm glad you're here. Thanks for coming.
Sure.
So I was reading through it, not understanding what a memorandum of understanding is about, trying to figure out what it is. And last week, you mentioned a gentleman had brought in $1,000 that I mentioned to him that he's welcome to bring in money anytime he wants. Now, he gave that check to staff, to you, and it goes to a fund. Could that person, and would it be just by your decision, they said, hey, here's $1,000, I want this to go to the library or to the parks or to...
Yeah, so that's what he did. We actually contacted him and asked him where he wanted it to go. So we filled out a donation form and he wanted to go to Quality of Life, to like kids soccer balls and all that kind of stuff. So
Okay.
that's what he's using.
Perfect, and that just kind of leads me to this, because I was like, well, why do we need a memorandum of understanding for anyone from what I'm reading? And it's, I have a sneaking suspicion, that's what I'm asking about, but you want to raise money and support the library. I'm great with community-minded people raising money on behalf of city operations and giving it, but then I was reading through the memorandum of understanding and it was talking about that you guys would raise the money, keep separate accounts, and then you would direct that money yourselves. Instead of it coming to the city, you would direct it yourselves. Is that a fair assessment?
My understanding is that our organization's goal is to help with fundraising, and that would go directly to library projects as specified by the library director and staff. So we would just be a conduit for donations from citizens and then be able to pass that money on to staff for projects.
Well, and that's where it's not clear in the memorandum of understanding is that money never makes it over to the city. It stays in your separate accounts. And you disperse as if on the city's behalf. So Jeff, is that fair and accurate?
Yeah, I mean, that's typically what we've done with different friends. We've got to be Friends of the Museum, and we had Friends of the Library years and years ago that they raised, and just a real quick background story, raised money for. Their agenda was to purchase a fish tank for the library, and ended up not getting approved. So they took the money and gave it to another organization. So this would ensure that all the money that was raised for the library went to the library for what was needed.
Well, yeah, and it just seems like it's missing that element of coming back to us. It just stays in there and they're going to spend it on it. And I don't know what abilities we have through a memorandum of understanding for us to see and or approve or anything else for that matter, I guess. I don't know if they...
I mean, we could definitely give you, whenever something of significance is purchased or donated to the library, if it's books or something, we definitely could give, that would be part of the city manager's monthly reports, and we could definitely include that in there just so you know what the money's going to.
Yeah, it just seems odd. A community organization interested in in the community, maintaining that money and spending it with the librarians, the staff, their direction, instead of us through the budget process to some degree. I'd love to see the money, millions of dollars raised, and then it comes back into the city budget, and we go, oh man, they've done, where'd all that money come from? I said, well, it came from them. They said, well, how do you want to spend it? Well, the library staff has a number of projects here, so spend it like that. That's what we do. And then the other, with it being just a community event that could raise money and give it to the city if they wanted to, why do we need a memorandum of understanding? But I did read in here just a little bit that gave me a little inclination that the support that we would be giving was material and something else, but we might be supporting it with money as well to the Friends. Is that?
That is not my understanding of the document in any way, shape, or
And I don't think it would be initially. It's just that we've got this community group and they come here and they ask for money, and it just seems like another little entity when the city seems to be doing fine. The library staff and all seems to do, I do have a problem with the electric bill there, but other than that, they seem to be doing fine and running it. So I don't know why we have to have a memorandum of understanding with them. I just don't understand that. That's all.
Mr. Smith.
It's an interesting thing you bring up. So you're telling me that we've had a Friends of somebody else that has raised money in the name of the city, and when something got turned down, they took that money and gave it to another organization that wasn't the city. I have a problem with that.
That was about 15 years ago.
I don't really think anybody should be raising money in the name of the city and then have the ability to where they can go give it to anybody that they want. That just kind of seems like...
Well, that's why memorandum of understanding is in coming forward now. We didn't have one back then.
You didn't have one back then, okay.
Mr. Smith. Schmidt.
Appreciate all the hard work. We've watched a couple of meetings, haven't been to one, and you can definitely tell the vibrancy and energy is there to follow the intent of this MOU. And I also can sympathize with some of the ingredients that Mr. Walker brought up. But my understanding is the intent of this MOU is those specific projects that are designated kind of by the library manager.
That is correct.
Instead of that library manager banging on the finance director's door during the budget cycle and advocating for fill in the blank project for $15,000 or $20,000 or whatever, the Friends of the Library can go out and group fund or go out there and go after different grants and go after different things to identify that project that the library manager has identified, so the library manager won't have to go and impact our city budget.
That is correct. It's for ancillary things that maybe haven't been included in the budget. They find, like as of right now, we're running a campaign they had an ask for new seating for the kids area in the library. They felt that was a goal, or we as an organization felt that was a goal that we could help contribute to, and so that's the campaign we're running now. So it's essentially just adding ancillary funds to the budget that you've already put forward.
Okay. And last question, because I know this could possibly grow some legs, which are good legs, and keeps running a good race. Where do the Friends sit on the location of the library?
I believe right now we are comfortable, we enjoy having a library downtown. We also understand that with the growth and changes that are involved, anything could happen. So we just support the city of Fort Walton Beach having an active, functioning library where people can go and be a community center. We would love to see it stay downtown. If the city and staff or council decides that it needs to end up somewhere else, we would still be supportive of the library in whatever location it ended up.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Barry?
Are you a 501c3?
We have applied and we're waiting for the state of Florida and the federal government to all of that paperwork to go through.
Yes, I would like to see that before I agree.
Certainly.
Any other comments, Mayor? Mr. Smith?
This is a question, I guess, more for Kim. In this MOU, it says all monies raised will be spent exclusively for library programs and services and any other library defined needs unless otherwise agreed upon by both parties. My question is the verbiage of that, does that mean once the monies are dispersed to us, or does that mean regardless of them having dispersed the money to us, that all the money that sits in that account, regardless at some point in time, can only be used for the library programs?
The intent is for it to be only used for library programs. There's not really provision in here for anything to come back to council. So if council wants to make those changes, this can be amended to.
I don't want anything to really come back to
So
council.
right
I
now it's
just want to
just-
make sure that, you know, they're going to hold the money. They're raising money in the Fort Walton Beach Library's name. They're going to hold it, and then they're going to get with our library director, and then they're going to, hey, disbursement, if for whatever reason that they get the money, and I see if the group ceases to operate, it will revert back to the library. But I guess my question is why that money is sitting in an account before it's dispersed. Can, outside of this memorandum, or within this memorandum of understanding, where is the trigger at? Is the money in their account, or is the money from their account to our account that requires them to use it for only our city library?
When the money leaves their account, it should be going to the library. Some kind of program for the library. It goes into their account with the expectation that it will be used to benefit the library in some way, because that's the purpose of their organization. And then when it leaves their account, it should be for a library project.
And that's what the 501c3 would indicate, correct?
To my understanding. This is all very new to me.
And we've done things too with the museum as well, but then, you know, for example, you have a storyteller or you hire they bring in an artist or whatever, and then, you know, they put on a little meet and greet food and stuff, and it would be paid out of the fringe group. Programs like that they generally would work with the contractor themselves, or, I mean, that's just a small example. New line of books come out in March. Or whatever, and they want their new kids' chair section. I mean, there are little things like that. They work with the library on what they need, and
And it encourages the donors, because if it's a 501c3, once they get that designation, to get the tax deduction.
Any further questions on that?
Mr. Mayor, last thing, I know we want to get off this topic. I hope this does very well for many, many, many years to come. But while we're in the conversation of dissolving, and you might have already applied for your 501c3 status, and those bylaws but if there were to be a dissolving, can we put in there, what's your recommendation to put in this MOU if there were to be dissolving, that money were to go to the library program?
It reverts, right?
It's already in there? Okay. Awesome. Thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Council, may we get a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation and approve the memorandum of understanding.
Second.
You said second? Okay. Been moved by Councilman Walker, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to approve, to have the city manager execute the memorandum of understanding between the City of Fort Walton Beach and the Fort Walton Beach Friends of the Library. Further comment?
Yeah, just real quick, thank you for, again, getting it to this point. I'm sure it's a very unfunded position, you know, and seriously, you know, I know we've had a lot of conversations tonight at our workshop, and we're probably about to have some more conversation in this future agenda item, but you're doing this because you care about it, and thank you.
Truly, just because me and the members of our organization care about the mission of the library. We're thankful for the support that the city provides. We just want to provide more so. And so it's new for all of us, but we're very passionate about it, and we would appreciate the city's support.
Fully support. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I add that the 501c3 documentation be part of this motion? How can I do that?
Do you don't want it to be effective until they obtain their 501c3 status? The memorandum of agreement?
We can, no, do the MOU, but with the condition that they have the 501c3.
Yeah, I think
Can we
that's
do that?
saying the same thing that you're saying. That the memorandum of agreement wouldn't be effective until they get their 501c3 status.
It shouldn't take you long.
We can sign that once it's approved.
Sure. It's my understanding that the 501c3 designation does take quite some time.
It takes a lot of time.
So we're in the process. We filed with the FDACS with the state of Florida, so now it's in the hands of the federal government. And IRS. So.
Are you fundraising in the meantime, just out of curiosity?
Oh, we are. We're fundraising in the meantime with the understanding that we have not received a 501c3 designation as of yet.
And that'll be in the MOU?
I just,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Peters just said about you're holding off on signing it until there's a 501c3 status.
Well, it also says either party may terminate this MOU within 7 days of written notice for convenience. So if they say, hey, we didn't get it, we can't do it, then we can negate it.
I just want to be clear on if the council wants it to start before the 501c3 status is obtained or not, so that there's no confusion.
With it being my motion, I think that it's fair and right that we won't sign that agreement until they provide a MOU, which means we're not given our support until they provide that 501c3 to you.
Is that, if that's the legal way to do it, if they can fundraise without the 501c3, I don't want to hold them back.
I don't think it does. I mean, like I said, they can fundraise, it's just not deductible at that, for that contributor. It's just not deductible at that point. That's right. They can raise money. They can raise money without an MOU, because the MOU doesn't come into effect until they give us that 501c3. So, you know, I don't know what other laws or regulations they might be up against, but
Sure, we'll furnish that to you as soon as we receive it, of course.
Thank
So then the understanding is once you get that, the city will sign off on that MOU.
Understood.
Okay.
And without coming back to council.
Okay. We're all clear on what the motion and second are? All right. Council, please vote. Just passed unanimously. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, Mayor, Council comments. Mr. Schmidt.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our Public Works Director, Mr. Danny Payne, you know, for handling a lot of situations, but more specifically, this generation of fiber installation that we're going to. I know we're all getting hit up regularly with it, and just being in some meetings the past couple months with him with some of those contractors, I appreciate how you're handling it in a very professional way, while at the same time making very clear boundaries and protecting the residents and without giving a whole bunch of permits and not going too much into the details and the weeds of it. But there's a lot that you're doing, and I just want to highlight that and how you're handling it, more specifically the fiber. We got an email, or at the end of the meeting, the gentleman with one of the contractors is going to be emailing us point of contact for us to be pointing the residents towards, for them to reach out to them. And I know in our PIO's office we can maximize that, because I think here's where the messaging is that we have to create. Danny's office, PIO's office, city manager's office, and all 7 of us, we're going to continue to get the information. But over time, if we can continue to message where the residents need to go to get the change, or to get the sod put back on, or to get the sidewalk put back up, I think it would help alleviate our city staff on fielding some of those, as well as us too, that's fielding them and continuing to blast that point of contact information for, in this case, the contractor was Live Oak, but Live Oak gave us the permission to take those point of contacts, their customer service, the ones that they've committed to us, they say, that are in this neighborhood, that are on the boots on the ground stuff, to get that customer service to our residents that are getting the sidewalks pulled up, or are getting the grass, or the little things that are big, that sometimes contractors push through really fast. They get the permit closed out and go on to the next one. So I just want to highlight that, Mr. Payne. I really appreciate that. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Travis?
I changed the phone tree in the Public Works Department to that person's cell phone number. I want to thank Makiko for doing her best to publicize the Around the Mound meeting over at the conference center. I think pretty much all of us were there, just about. I didn't see you.
I was not there.
Okay, well, I think pretty much all of us were there, and there was a lot of people there, and it was a great showing, and got some really good information from some FDOT people there, and continue to see that progresses. I believe they're accepting public comments through March 1st. So anybody out there that wants their voice heard, FDOT wants to hear it. If we can, if we can continue to put that information out there of exactly where they can go to email FDOT and get their opinions heard. You know, ultimately, I believe what we heard, me and you at the end, is what they showed us based off of public input could be nothing like what the final design looks like. So everything is still very, very fluid, and they lean very heavily on public input. So everybody's got these opinions about it. Get it to them because, yes, ma'am.
On Thursday morning, 100 in K-Rock, I'm going to have Jeff and Councilman Schmidt come on and talk about that and just emphasize getting that feedback from the community.
Okay.
You're welcome to join us.
I might be able to. That's not going to be a sunshine law violation, is it?
Hell yeah.
Sounds like it to me.
If you would like to have it be a TPO, you can take it.
You've already committed, so I don't want to bump you. But again, the amount of people that showed up, FDOT was even surprised at the amount of people that showed up and the amount of people that registered online to watch the online version. So again, I appreciate you pushing that information out. Public input is what we need to be able to point everything in the right direction. So I want to thank you for that.
Mr. Walker.
Mentioned David, Mr. Fain, whoever did the website there, I shared that link quite often to the road repairs. It's one of the biggest complaints I hear is about roads. So as soon as I hear or see a complaint, I send them that link. And it says, report your road problem here, where's the location? So I trust that you guys get into it because I don't ever hear back from them and say they didn't fix it. So thank you for putting that in place. Also, I know most all of us were at All Sports. I want to, being a member there for 13 years and seeing the good they do in the community as a private organization to causes that are near and dear to them. I think this year we're going to be giving away about $300,000 to youth athletics, and that's just love to see that coming in the community, be there in the community. Great seeing all of you there. Also, the Around the Mound, yeah, that was a huge thing, and I just go here because I'm directly impacted. My building is, and I think things will probably be moving more rapidly than I thought after attending that meeting. I've gone in the last month from thinking 90% that it wasn't going to happen to 90% that it is going to happen. And I know that the city plays a big role in that, but I think the state's coming through. I don't think they're going to allow the downtown to remain through there. So we've all been speculating against it, and I always thought the funding was not going to be available, but I've come to believe that it probably is, just based on the amount of FDOT money I've seen between here and Panama City. So it's coming, plan for it, and with my building downtown, I'm having to think about it, and I'm getting people talking to me about it. Whether I'm for it or against it, I don't know that it matters. When the state says we're coming through, they're coming through. So that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allegretto. Mr. Berry.
Yes, I would like to say thank you. Is it you, McKeegle, that upgraded the website, the Fort Walton Beach website with information and?
I have helped Devin and I.
Yes.
Which part?
Code enforcement and several other sites that they can just click on and get information and all that.
So each department updates their site. So
Yes.
it's resolution for each department, and Jeff really pushes everyone to update their information.
Thank you guys for updating, because I'm fielding calls from people with ordinances and things and all, and they're wanting copies of this and copies of the ordinances that are like building ordinances or whatever. I don't know what. I haven't looked at the website. I haven't clicked on it. Well, but I've been directing them to go to the new website and click on that, like the code enforcement or the ordinances or whatever. So please keep updating your information. Otherwise, I'm going to give them your phone number. Yeah. So I appreciate that, Makiko, a great deal. And so, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jeter.
Yeah, back to earlier's workshop meeting, I hope going forward, regardless of what we say up here, whether we are for or against something going forward when it comes time to vote on it, I hope it doesn't get contentious again, because I remember the fire fee days too, and I feel like we were a semi-divided community for many years there, and I don't think we are anymore. We got a new city attorney, we got a new city manager. I think we're getting very close to overcome the last couple hurdles and really start accomplishing some things, like everybody said, around the mound and this and that. So I just hope we continue to work together and work with the citizens on what they want to see happen and what we want up here to happen, but we don't get into a loss of time and go backwards again. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Meade.
I agree with that. I think this is one of the last, or I hope genuinely this is one of the last divisive items, but now we can push it to the public for them to be able to decide this. So my point is I'm very hopeful that we continue this very positive direction going forward. We obviously don't agree, but we listen to each other and consider those items. Around the mound, I know it's been said, I personally think it's very important that we continue the positive direction. When we give our input, it's at least what I've encouraged people to do is keep it positive input. If you want a turn lane here or a curb cut here, those are the type of things, so long as we don't, scare them away is not the right word, but community support is what they're looking for. When they showed up to our meeting, it wasn't our meeting, they put it on, but our community meeting, we had a very unusually high turnout for this project, which I think is a good thing. Most South Florida type projects don't get that kind of turnout. So I'm very hopeful that it stays high on the list. As I think we all know, this is the highest on the TPO's list that's not currently under construction. So I don't know that it's funded yet, but once again, the funding comes from the federal government. They collect 40-something cents out of each gallon. We send that up to the federal government. We don't get all that back. So if we tell the state we don't want them here, then that money does not come back. So hopefully we can continue to support whatever that result was Mr. Smith was just talking about. And thank you to the Friends of the Library for doing the good work over there. We ask a lot of questions, but it doesn't mean that we're not appreciative. It just means that, like everyone, we try to understand what's going on. So we thank you for the good work y'all are doing.
All right, thank you, sir. Tomorrow marks the end of February, which means the end of our Pop Top Tab drive. And Logan has set up a a photo op, kind of a ceremony at the convention center on Tuesday, Wednesday?
Monday.
On Monday. Next Monday, Mayor Destin and myself, and anybody else who wants to be there, we're going to do a weigh-in of the tabs been collected. So if you're still saving them, get them into City Hall, get them into the places around the city that have been collecting them, and we'll do the weigh-in on Monday. So thank you. Makiko will be blasting that out so people can be there and enjoy. So thank you. And that's all I've got on that, except I'm going to say, let's take a 5-minute recess before we come back. And we'll start with public comments when we come back.
It's either Jupiter or down there. So down there, high and dry rack. Which is how much? 1,200. Jeez. I know. The guy was like, "Are you sitting down?"
Let's reconvene if we can, so we can get out here before midnight. Next thing on the agenda is public comments. This is a time for anyone in the audience to speak on anything they would like that is not or was not on the agenda. So it's time to do that. I'll recognize you. Try to limit it to 5 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Wayne Hostelow. I live on Beachview Drive in Fort Walton Beach. A couple years back, I stood here in front of the council and asked for some help. We had a residential neighborhood that was turned into a hotel area. We have a monster house that has 5 bedrooms and is currently advertised as sleeping 36 people per night. They have since we talked last, they've improved their pool. They now hire the pool out for pool parties. When we left the meeting last time, there was a lot of discussion. Things were not going well for pretty much anybody in Florida as far as trying to get a handle on this. But the council said that we're going to look into it, and since I'm the spokesman for the Garner Beach Concerned Citizens Group of about 70, you were going to contact me and let me know what was going on, what the progress was, any kind of possible remedy we might be able to enjoy. Those calls or emails never came. I'm here tonight to let you know that it's always good when you can put a face on a problem. The face is not me. The face is Joe Morgan. Joe Morgan was 95 years old. He was a lifetime employee of the city of Fort Walton Beach. He moved into and lived in a house that the city of Fort Walton Beach required him to live in to be a city employee. And he lived on Beachview Drive for many, many years. The last year and a half of Joe Morgan's life, he was engaged in psychological warfare with a hotel that was built right next to his house. The screaming, the yelling, the loud music, the pool parties, all day long, week in, week out. Fancy weekends, 3-day weekends are the worst. It's not uncommon to see the cars parked all over the front yard, all out on Beachview Drive and stuff like that. So I think the general consensus was last time is that we were going to look into this and we were going to look into that, and as far as I know, no one ever contacted us to let us know if any progress has been made. So I wanted to make that point for Joe. His wife Mary, who is also 95 years old, still lives in that house. As she gets ready to pass away and pass that property on to her heirs, they're not going to be able to sell that property as a beautiful waterfront home in a quiet, peaceful neighborhood, which Beachview Drive used to be. Certainly, I was happy to see that the chief of police came out and talked to me afterwards and said, you know, you can call them as many times as you have to and they'll go over there and they'll turn down the music and this and that. But he said that disturbing the peace or disturbing the noise ordinance and stuff would result in a $35 citation. The citation would be given to the owner of the property, but for the yahoos that had booked it for that weekend. The problem for that is that that place is advertised for $1,000 a night. So we've got apples and oranges here. We have a residential neighborhood, and we have some law that was changed some years ago that allows people to operate businesses inside their neighborhood or inside their houses. But I guarantee you, that is not what the founding fathers of the state of Florida had in mind whenever they changed these laws. This is something that cannot stand. The neighbors on either side, Mary and Joe, of course, we talked about. The other neighbor who has been actually in trouble with the court system because the owner of the property filled out a complaint against him because he was standing in his own driveway, jumping up and down and screaming about the fact that they wouldn't be quiet. They wouldn't hold it down. So I just ask you again, and I don't know, we're hearing news that in the state of Florida, they're changing the law for short-term rentals, and that it's going to be 2 people per bedroom and 2 people for the common area. I guess my question would be, as far as the city's concerned and our legal foothold on whatever is going to happen, I hope that if it does pass, that you guys immediately zero in on some of these really crazy party houses and figure out how that we're going to stop them from ruining our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will tell you the legislature is still in session. There's 2 weeks left. I don't think that Airbnb bill has been heard yet, but I believe it will be heard before the end of session. So we'll see what happens with that. Yes, sir. Anyone else have comments on things not on the agenda? All right.
I was going to add on to, please contact your legislators, Pat Laney, Rudman, I can't remember all the names. Contact them while they're in session and let them know. Their aides are right here in this area. Where's the website? Well, but no, truly, contact your legislators now and have all your neighbors,
Well, we have our
association.
Yeah, okay, but
Yeah, they want to hear from you.
but again, the problem is that when we talked last time, it appeared that we were powerless to do anything. The council couldn't help because there were all these protections for these people.
Well,
and that might still be the case. All I'm asking is that number one, I was wondering if the noise ordinance and all those things, which are basically pretty much boilerplate for everywhere in the country. After 10 o'clock, you're not supposed to be making noise and stuff. But if the noise persists and the problem is constant, and like I said, it was awfully tough on Joe. There must be something we can do to penalize these people for not playing nice, and that's the part that I think the city might be able to be ready to pounce whenever the law does get passed. We need to be able to not only let everybody know that's going to happen, but we also need to have the ability to fix it and quiet these people down. It's just unbelievable. I mean, we're talking now during the day. I'm 3 houses down, but I can't carry a conversation on in my yard because of the music.
Your neighborhood too.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
Is there anything that we can do, Chief? Dave?
Good evening. I can tell you that when this incident came up, I believe 2 years ago, we came up from the city council. And at the time, we had a different fire chief, we had a different city attorney. And the route we were looking to go down was to see if the fire code applied to the short-term rentals. There's some debate whether the fire code would apply or if it wouldn't apply. These are they residential properties or are they transient living dwellings, from my understanding of it. I don't know if that ever got completely resolved, whether the fire codes apply to them or not. The other issue, Chris, I believe, what is the civil citation fine? Is it $50 per violation?
For offense, it goes up to 500.
So we could write civil citations to them if we were to go out for each time, whether it's noise, whether it's trash cans, whether it's parking violations. We can issue civil citations, but we need, you do a very good job about it, Gloria, about telling us when there's issues in the neighborhood. If the residents around there contact the police department, they contact code enforcement, we'd be glad to come out there and handle them as we would any other residential property through civil citations.
225 Beachview is the most reported and the most complaint-ridden property in this end of the county.
But I can tell you, coming from South Florida, we had the same prohibition with the short-term rentals preemption from the state law. And exactly what you said is 100% right. It's the cost of doing business. So if they know they're gonna get a $50 ticket, but they're running out for $1,000 a night, they continue to run out for $1,000 a night, and now they make $950 instead of $1,000. So until we get the higher fines, repeat violations, and I also believe there's a section that allows for larger fines over the standard $500 fine for certain types of violations. I think, Chris, I don't know, we have to look into it some. But there are some things that we could possibly do, but it takes the will of the whole community and the council behind us to get some of these things done. And Jeff, I can check with Jeremy Morgan, the new fire chief, just to see what the status of the fire codes
It's
are.
on the property appraiser's office, it's still listed as a residential 5-bedroom house. So that's all we got.
So the state law just prohibits the city from prohibiting short-term rentals in the residential areas and from regulating the duration or frequency of them, like how long they're rented out and how many times a year, but they can still be regulated as far as noise, trash, and all of the other civil problems. And in addition to civil citations, we could also do daily fines like we do for other code violations, meaning if you put a $250 a day fine on a property or a $500 a day fine on a property, if it's a repeat violation, it does add up over time, and it does become a lien that can be foreclosed.
Be able to pay for your affordable housing one day.
My name is Lisa Courtney, and I live at 221 Beachview, 2 doors down from the specific house that we're talking about. And I can tell you that we have called law enforcement numerous times, and they've all been very nice, you know. This last time that we called, which I don't know, it might have been a month ago or so, the noise had been going on since literally 11 a.m. and it was approaching 10 p.m. And we didn't wait until 10 o'clock. We called a little after 9, and the deputy officer that came out, again, very nice, but he told us that, in very nice terms, that we were taking up time that could be spent on bigger problems in the city. And that our best bet would be to go through an attorney. And he didn't say sue him, he said, right now I can't think of the phrase he used. We can't really afford to go to an attorney. And we're just asking for some help, some guidance. Same thing we asked for 2.5 years ago now. So I'm hoping there's a couple new or 3 new faces up here, so I'm hoping that we can get something done.
Be sure and get case numbers each time you call. And the date, keep a calendar, and then give it to Chief Asian.
Well,
and the code enforcement.
The problem is that we're becoming the nuisance, calling the police continuously.
No, you're
that's
not.
how it ends up that way.
Believe me, that's what it feels.
Mayor, could I say something that should be said publicly? There is no problem that is too small for us to deal with, and there is no bothering of us. Everything we do is prioritized, and you should never feel bad about calling the police department for whatever issue there may be there. And if you do get a response from an officer that says you're wasting our time, there are better things that we can do, I would direct you to contact myself or any other command staff member of the police department, because that is not the motto or the value or the mission of the police department. We handle every single issue that comes in. If there's a priority issue, it gets handled immediately. If it's something that is not life-threatening, if it's not endangering property, if it's more of an orderly dispute, that may get handled at a slower pace, but everything gets responded to, everything gets handled in its due care and due time. So never feel bad about calling the police department. And if we're not the proper agency to handle it, we work with growth management, we work with the fire department, we work with the city attorney's office. We don't mind being the navigator for the system and guiding you to the proper place. So if you ever get that type of response, or anybody that is out there that is watching, that is listening, that if you get that type of response where you feel that we did not give you 100% of our attention when we were at the call for you, then you need to be contacting somebody in police department supervision, because that is not the stance that we take when we go out in the community. No matter how small the problem is, your problem is the most important thing we are doing at that time when we're interacting with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Anyone else have comments tonight? Items not on the agenda? Pardon me?
Could I have a follow-up question, please?
Sure.
Mr. Forsetti, if a property, I know this one's being discussed, but in general, if a property in a residential neighborhood is being advertised as a pool party location, venue, that seems more like a commercial enterprise than a short-term rental.
Sure, and some of it goes back to, I know Ms. Cobb talked about the parking, the noise, the other nuisance. We can catch them on those violations, and we can absolutely cite them on that. You know, even if the noise, you know, if there's police officers going out there and they have recorded interactions on site, getting the noise, then we can take that, make that a code case, you know, take it through the process and get those running fines on it.
I'm not suggesting
Yes.
anything wrong in the past, but
Yes.
going forward,
Yes.
this property or any property,
Yes.
if there's advertised as a pool party or some commercial use, that can be reported to your office.
Yes,
A few more questions. If somebody's, if the noise decibels are up and the police officers notate that, they can request that be sent to your office.
Yes.
And any other of those violations, that your department would be the department that could then push those to code violations.
Yes, sir. Where it does get challenging is the home-based businesses and what's allowed versus not, so we go into compatibility. If it's something that doesn't change the residential character of the neighborhood, then you're good. If it starts changing that character based on intensity, noise, traffic, other nuisances, then it's not consistent compatible with a residential zoning, land use, and then we can go into citing them for that violation.
Thank you.
Along that line, it reminded me, resident contacted me and asked me if I was familiar with the pontoon rental company that they're running on Gardner out of Lake Earl. And I said, no, is that a licensed or unlicensed? He says, unlicensed. I mean, what do you do when you find an unlicensed? No. What do you do when you find an unlicensed or alleged unlicensed? Because I guess you got to find a rental site or something.
We got to get the evidence. If we have evidence that it's existing there, then we can open a code case on it. And if they keep, if it persists, if they keep going with it, they can take it to the magistrate. So yes,
on Gardner Drive.
We are ready and familiar with that one.
Over a year.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Tell them to send us pictures. Okay. Honestly, that's the best thing. The challenge we run into some of those, sometimes it's in the backyard. We can't see it anyway from any right of way, any public property. And so the challenge is being able to identify it. If we can see it, lay eyes on it, we can cite it.
Thank
or
you.
hear it in some cases.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Just one quick tidbit. I don't want to go against the Airbnb or VRBO, any of that stuff. I'm in the hospitality business. I run a couple of RV parks, make sure all of our people are playing nice and stuff like that. And there's like 38 Airbnbs in our little Beachview neighborhood now, and 99.9% of them are not causing any problems. So that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about somebody that won't play nice and has continuously just thumbed their nose at everything you guys have done and everything he's done. Oh, excuse me.
I promised you to follow
Yeah, Mr. Schmidt, go ahead.
Yeah, starting April 1st, this will be the eighth year, and I believe that's the only short-term rental that, or Airbnb that we've ever heard, or I've ever heard, that's been an issue in the city. To kind of confirm to your point, and I know we're blurring this, but I'm sure what we heard from the police chief, as well as the fire chief, as well as the city manager and city attorney, that we can continue to apply the necessary accountability to tighten those things up while at the same time stay within the law. But I appreciate you sharing that reassurance that 99.9% of them are being managed. It's just this one subject that we've heard in the past 8 years.
Well,
they
I
can bring
think
to our
the
attention.
law that the legislature is looking at, the fact that they're saying, oh, there can be 2 people per bedroom, right? And 2 people per common area. What they're trying to do is stop this giant influx of people with garbage and parking and all that. I can tell you that after we had our meeting, you guys talked about the fact that Destin was looking at the parking restrictions and stuff. They could only have so many parking spaces and so on. This guy went in and pegged his whole front yard and made it into a big parking lot.
With a little.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Probably a code violation right there.
Yeah. Could be. All right, we're going to go on to item 10, ordinances on first reading. Item 10.1, 2128 ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 11.12, record operations and services. Ms. Cobb.
This is first reading of ordinance 2128, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing for authority, amending Chapter 11.12 of the Code of Ordinances, record operation and services, as authorized by Chapter 323.002 and 715.07 of the Florida statutes, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Chief Page.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Robert Baines, Chief of Police for the City of Fort Walton Beach. We had a first reading that got tabled, so now this is the official first reading. And just go over the background real quick. The Police Department City Manager is tasked with the implementing of the ordinance, which is 11.12. While reviewing the ordinance, the Police Department had noticed some things that may be dated. Florida Statute 323.002 allows for municipalities to set up a record operation system, which is codified in City Code 1112. On January 23rd, 2024, we had the original draft of the ordinance, and at that time there was some opposition voiced by the towing industry. Since then, we had met with several record companies, and they had brought up, and I'm looking for it right here so I'll read the whole staff report to you. There were 5 issues that came up at the meeting at the police department with representatives from Star Towing, Playground Towing, Holmes Auto, Tona, and Gator Paint. The issues, and I'll go through the ordinance real quick. In the ordinance that you have in front of you, 11.1201 is the definitions. 11.1202 are the record operations for any record that operates within the city. 11.1203 is the rotation record. 11.1204 is a contractual record. 11.1205 is property records. And 11.1206 are the penalties. We try to formulate the new ordinance where all like terms are kept together in the similar sections. At the meeting we had at the police department, the businesses provided the following issues that they wanted to discuss. The first issue that was brought up was only businesses within the city should be allowed on the rotation record. So when we looked at that, and there was one company, Star Towing, which I don't believe is here tonight, and they were the only one that was located outside the city which showed up for the meeting at the police department. The other ones all requested that the ordinance be allowed to be written where it's only records within the city for for rotation record. What a rotation record is if the police department calls out a record for that scene of a traffic crash, an arrest, a disabled vehicle. These are the records that are referred by the police department out to tow a vehicle off the public right-of-way or for an arrest. The old ordinance on page 131 of your staff report, if you have it online, it only talks about the storage lot being located within the city. It doesn't mention the actual business having to be located in the city. In the rewrite to the ordinance on page 142, if you have the page numbers written out in your package, we modified that, and I'll read it word for word before you get to it. I apologize, my papers kind of got shuffled while I was waiting for the item to come up. So we changed it to say, and this is the part that we, after meeting with the tow operators, there shall be at least, in this I'm reading on page 142 of the report, it's item 9. it says there shall be at least 4 qualified towing companies with preference given to businesses within the city. Only if there are less than 4 qualified record operators or rotation service outside the city be authorized. Currently, there are 4 tow companies that are on rotation. There are 4 tow companies that have been doing rotation services for us. We believe 4 is probably the good number of contractual record services. We wanted to ensure that we had capacity where if there were several incidents at the same time, if a record could have towed for some reason, we wanted to make sure we had depth on our bench, and we wanted to ensure that the businesses within the city would have preference. So as long as we had 4 record services located within the city, we were good with only having records for contractual services within the city. If we were to go down to less than 4, that would be the only time we would take a contractual record from outside of the city. The next issue that was brought up to us by the tow group when we had met with them was the private property tows. And I know there are representatives here which will probably speak about it, but I do not believe that there was a big contention to allow outside tow companies to do private property tows for within the city of Fort Walton Beach. If you notice, many of the businesses select a tow company of their choosing for whatever reason. They may have some type of allegiance or may favor one tow company over another. We didn't feel that we should infringe on their right to select a tow company of their choosing for private property tows. The third issue was the 20-minute response time. We agreed with them that a 30-minute response time, that's also found on page 142. So if you look there under response time, it's item 1 on that page. We wrote in the 30-minute response time. The next issue that was discussed was accepting tow inspections from other entities, whether it's the city, whether it's the county, or some other source. Our response to that, as long as the inspection captured the same information that we wanted to require by our ordinance, the insurance requirements that risk management provided to us, as long as the other inspection captured everything that we would inspect, we would be willing to accept an inspection form from the county or the Florida Highway Patrol. The last thing that was brought up was to allow tow companies to join the rotation at any time of the year. We would still recommend as staff that we go to an annual application process. We would still recommend the August application process, inspections in September, with the award for the new fiscal year, run it through the fiscal year. The city does a similar thing for the general contracting services. Your PTRs are done once a year. We think an annual process is easier for the police department to do inspections, and it's probably easier for the tow companies to know that once a year, come August, I reapply, versus having dates throughout the year. So those were the issues. I was unable to attend the meeting at the police department, but those were the issues that were conveyed to me by police department staff. There is one item that, after having some additional discussion, that I'd like to add to the ordinance and amend the ordinance that we have proposed to you. And it would fall in at 11-12-02 is the last one. I'd like to add an 11-12-023, which would just state that anybody that provides towing services be in compliance with federal, state, and local laws. I think that anyone that represents or anyone that we do tow services with us should be following federal, state, and local laws. But by adding that to our ordinance, it will allow us to disqualify a record service or to penalize a record service if they were in violation of some type of federal, local, or state law. With that being said, Mayor, I would like to turn it over to the council or to the public comment, and then I can respond to any questions or comments that may come up.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions from council for Chief Page? Mr. Allegretto.
Yeah, Chief Page, thank you. My question is from the last discussion that we had about this. It seemed as if, and it was suggested, that the police department was not conducting inspections of the records. Is that something that you've looked into and formulated a process to fix?
I think the new ordinance, by having an August date for applications, September's for inspections, resolves a lot of those issues. If you read through the old ordinance, and a lot of the old ordinance, the record services were to provide us driver's license history, criminal histories, and the ordinance talked about the record service providing that documentation. I don't believe a lot of any of that documentation in the 5 years that I've been here have been provided to the police department. But I would also agree with you and the record owners that the police department may have also been negligent in not going out and doing inspections for record services. And that's one of the reasons we wanted to update the ordinance to make it easier on all parties involved for the compliance issues, for the inspections, and for the requirements for the businesses.
So you would then maybe assign one particular person in your department that, hey, this is my person that handles this, inspects, goes out, collects paperwork, etc., and streamlines that process.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from council for the chief? Anyone from the public wish to comment?
Thank you, Council. Mike Collins from 14 Edwards Lane from Homes on here. First, I'd like again to thank the chief and his staff and officers for the input that he's allowed us in the time we've given. I'd like to thank Mr. Meade and the rest of y'all that called and have asked me how we progressed with this process. Unfortunately, the chief wasn't able to attend the meeting that we had at the police department, and it was quite lengthy. It was over about an hour with two of the other department officers. I think I'll just start maybe at the beginning of the first thing, because there has been some things that have been misstated or misunderstood from both sides. And to answer Mr. Alvaredo's question up front, as far as the record inspections, I do have 3 or 4 years worth of paperwork that we've supplied, and it's been available. You know, we didn't take them down there and have them, but we had them all available. So that has been done, and we tried. And I understand that the process was very cumbersome. There's a much better way it can be done than what was working as far as tying up the police officer coming down, looking at the trucks, or we had to take the trucks up and such as that. So definitely something we want to do. We don't want to take our trucks off the road for inspecting, and they don't want to go do it. So with the process that they came up with by accepting other agencies' inspection, it's perfectly fine. I think our trucks right now are scheduled in the first week of March by the Sheriff's Department to be inspected. So one of the first issues is, and I don't know if y'all have these page by page, but it says where he said there should be 4 qualified records companies with preference given. Currently, if you're not in the city limits, you can't be on the rotation. It hasn't been that way for years. That was the reason this last ordinance was structured. There's been several record companies that have been wanting to get on and haven't been able to because they were not in the city limits. Before this last ordinance, you could be within 2 miles. And the problems it presented as far as the private property towing is the reason that it was changed to within the city limits. I don't feel that there should be a record or a set number that he needs 4 qualified companies, because currently with the 4 companies that we have, we can actually tow 17 cars at one time. So if something came up to need more companies, you know, and the way it is set up now, we can only tow 1 car from an accident scene. They call the next record company to tow the second one, and the next one to tow the third. The new ordinance allows for 1 company, if he's capable of towing all 3, then they could get all 3. And all the companies that are on rotation now have at least 3, and some of them can tow 4. We can tow 6. Playground can tow 6 plus. I'm not sure how many trucks he's got. So I don't really see there's a need to have that statement in there. As far as that, there is a statement in here that if nobody has the correct equipment or qualifications to tow an 18-wheeler, then the police department can reach out to whoever the nearest place is to have that done. And if there did a situation arise where he needed 17 cars towed at one time, then that would be covered under that. Something that was discussed at the meeting at length, but the chief didn't mention it, was there's an ordinance in here that says a record storage lot, or a statement in here, a record storage lot must be located within a 7-mile radius of the police department. So to allow a wrecker coming from Destin or to come from the county line, it's going to require additional time. I don't know why that's in there, but the scenario that it has presented before was a car was towed here and it was taken to another storage facility somewhere. There was questions about the tow, the price, property being stolen or something. A police officer would be called and have to go respond. The second thing that creates is if you have a storage facility in Mountain Drive in Destin, you know, Mr. Schmidt, if Saturday afternoon your wife goes to Winn-Dixie and she's getting medicines for the kids and food, she leaves Winn-Dixie and God forbid somebody runs into her, deploys the airbags, she's taken to the hospital in the ambulance. Well, that's when the rotation wrecker will pick up the car. It's Saturday afternoon at 12 o'clock. That wrecker happens to be Rogues Auto Repair in Destin. They're going to tow that car to Destin. Whenever you get your wife out of the hospital and go through all that process, you got to get your contents out of the car. The insurance or the insurance papers. You got to get the medicine that was in there and the groceries and the food. So you got to handle that traffic going to Destin on a Saturday afternoon. If it's another company, and the other company that was there was Stars Towing, and their facility is almost a county line on 98. But they had no desire to be on rotation tow. But if they were, then you're going to have to go to the other way in the county and to retrieve your things. Then you get into the deal about the insurance companies having to be able to get access to the car and everything else, so they'll be able to address that. So it's for that reason that we think the record businesses should be located in the city of Fort Walton Beach. They should have a manned office. It's there 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, to allow the release of the vehicles. Private property towing is covered under a different scenario in here, and it's under state statutes. As far as you can tow so many miles depending on the population of the county or the municipality at that time. You would think as many times if I sit up there I wouldn't be so nervous here. It's one of those things. Those are really the big issues, you know, as far as letting additional companies come on and the time during inspection. That's fine, we can work around that. But what we're wanting to do is make it easier for us, easier for the police department. And a couple of these things are going to create hardships. They're not going to be able to police these other tow companies. So like if they have to go to Destin to inspect the tow truck, or is the Destin guy going to bring the tow truck in? Or do we have jurisdiction? If you have to go to Destin, say Dave gets out there and say, well, where's my groceries? They were in the car. Well, you need the police department inventoried it and said it was here. And it's not, so who do you call? The sheriff's department? Or you call the police department and our police officer goes out there. Those are the things that we feel will create problems. I believe that's all of them. I really hadn't planned to get into it quite this much, but and I'll answer any questions if you don't have.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Holmes? Mr. Meek?
So the private towing, are you talking, is that where you go to the Winn-Dixie parking lot? Or is that for, I put a sign on my parking lot?
In the chief, he used the word contractual towing. There's three tows. There's what there's called a rotation tow, which is if you wreck your truck or whatever you drive on Eglin Parkway, and you go to the hospital, the airbag blows and you're knocked out. You go to the hospital, they call the next wrecker off a rotation. And so whoever that is will respond. Private property towing is somebody leaves a car at your office and it sits there 3 days. Well, then you can call another wrecker company, which won't be any of the four that are currently on rotation because none of us do private property towing, you know, which is what we call non-consent towing. Then, you know, that particular wrecker can pick that car up and he can tow it within, it's actually 20 miles of the location because of the size of the city. Nobody wants to do it because it creates a problem. You're the bad guy for having it towed. I towed it off. I want $150 for you to get it or whatever the rate is. And, you know, usually it's Most of that private property towing comes from nightclubs or parking where you shouldn't hit the nightclub, or you see these signs all over town that says private property, you'll be towed by such and such company. The contractual towing is different. That's if a city vehicle or a police vehicle, they have one that they need towed for evidence, and they need it towed to the police department. That is a separate issue. They have a contract with that record, which I believe is Playground right now. And it's totally different as far as the rules, rates, and everything. That would be the one that is towed to the police department. So you've got rotation wrecker, which is if you're disabled or if it just breaks down. Then you've got private property towing, which is non-consent. The owner, he left it somewhere. And the police department won't have anything to do with the one that was towed off from your place of business. You have to call in and tell them that you towed it. You have to tell them within 30 minutes. And there's certain things in here, I think you have to take a picture of where it is. And there's also certain signage that has to be put up that's covered under the state ordinance. And if that signage it's really not up to the police department to control that. But it's always such a problem that nobody wants to do it. There's a couple of companies around that are outlying that will do the private property towing. You can see the signs around. And, but they don't have that much control over that. The only thing that I believe that relates between the two of those is actual rate structure, which this ordinance addresses that. They didn't mirrors the county or the state rates, whichever one takes precedent.
Mayor, can I ask a
Yes,
question?
certainly.
What in this ordinance are you specifically not feeling?
Not feeling?
Like, what don't you like in this ordinance?
We don't need to allow businesses to do rotation towing or contract towing that do not have a business in city limits. We need to make sure that the businesses have a place of business and they're available for people to pick their car up from 8 to 5. And
that's in there, Mr. Holmes? That is in there? Is that establishing that or not?
It does not establish
Okay.
that.
Okay.
And also the 7-mile radius is written in a different place. A tow company needs to tow the vehicle to their place of storage in the city limits of Fort Walton Beach. Those are the three big things that, as far as I'm concerned, that need to really be addressed. And Bill might speak the same for Playground. This is Bill Van Dyke from Playground.
We've lived in Fort Walton since '71, so we've been here for a little while. Our business has really thrived, and we appreciate the city of Fort Walton. We love it. We have done our best to be a servant for Fort Walton to make it a better city, a greater city. The police department has been awesome. Everybody in the city, we've never had a problem. The original agreement was the rotation wreckers, and that's, you got the rotational, and you got the private properties, and then you got the pull-in. And we do the pull-in for the city. Now, we don't charge very much. I'm not going to tell you how much, but we don't charge very much for that, just for the city, to give the city a break and help the city. And we've done that for a little while, and it's been the same price all the way through. It's nothing near what the rotation rates are. We try to do our best in everything that we do, but when we saw this, and it was kind of questionable, I mean, if it has to be done, and there's 4 record companies right now in Fort Walton Beach that are on the city rotation list, I think eventually you'll see probably 1 leave, and I understand that when there's 3, and I know what the chief is looking at, to have enough people there to respond and get these cars off the road so there won't be a hazard, and get them off quick as fast as you can. The 7 miles just blew my mind. Why 7 miles? I don't mind that, even that I don't mind. Just the idea of having someone outside of the city and into another city coming, responding, and have no lot here in the city. I think at least a lot, they should have a lot. So if you get towed, and again, like Mike was saying, if you have to get stuff out of your car, you have to make a trip all the way to Destin to get it. That's kind of harsh on them. That's going to make them upset that they have to go all the way to Destin to get their stuff out of their car. And it's a strain, and I don't think it's really right. But I don't know what we can say any better than why don't they have a yard in the city? Why don't we tell them that, yeah, you can be outside the city, but you're going to have an impound where you can put these cars, so you don't have to go outside the city, so people won't have to wait, and every other, if something happens to that car, or and then when they go all the way to the 7-mile zone area, are they going to be able to count that mileage and charge even more than what the rate is? Are they going to have to suffer and have the same rate? There's a lot of things that can come up with that it will cause, I think, some irritation for the city. I love the city again, and again, that's the biggest thing that we had a problem with is the mileage, nothing else. And we'll do almost anything to help the city. We won't give free towing, but we'll do almost anything. We have to put food on our tables. We have a third generation coming up in our business. We might even have a fourth later on. So we will be here long term. I might be gone by then, but I mean, we will be here long term, and we will do the best we can.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Question for Chief. As far as this rotational towing deal goes down, how many instances do you know of since you've been in the city that you've gone through the whole list and we didn't have anybody that could meet the time requirement, I guess, required by the current statute?
Currently we have, and I don't know if in recent times, Mike, you may know better, if we had a fifth company. I know for at least the past 2 or 3 years we've had 4. If you go back more than 2 or 3 years, we may have had a fifth company. I don't think we've ever had to go beyond. Now, it gets a little bit complex because Mike Holmes brought up the fact that under the current rules, which would be the old rules if this was to be passed, he would tow one car, the next person would tow one car, the next person would tow one car. So in that aspect, we've probably gone 3 or 4 deep. If we become more consistent with what FHP does, or the sheriff's office does, that if you make a phone call and there's 2 cars to be towed, you call the one record, he comes out and tows both cars, we probably would not have had to go down to the 3rd or 4th one on the list. So it's kind of comparing apples with oranges a little bit, but I think that we have no allegiance to whatever number the city council wants to say. If you want to say every single record for, and I think Mike Holmes did a great job of kind of conveying this, the new ordinance, like I said, section 1 is definitions, section 2 is any tow truck within the city. The contention comes in that 3rd section. It comes in that rotation record. So that 3rd section right there for rotation records and the 4th section for contract records, but those 2 sections mirror each other, and the contract record actually refers back to section 3 for the rotation record. I think that's where the question comes, do we want to put a number there to say that, or no number to say every single contractual record will be a City of Fort Walton Beach record? If that's the will of the council, so be it, that's the will of the council. If you want to say that as long as there's 2, we're good. If you want to say there's 3, our recommendation was 4, just because that was the current number of records that we have in there. It would not put anybody out. It would keep everything the same from the old to the new under the current state, and it would build capacity in there. If you want to say as long as there's 3 records that are within the city, then no outside record be authorized, that's fine. If you want to say as long as there's 2 within the city, that's fine. I would prefer, as the administrator of this, having some number in there, because I know what Mike Holmes talks about, the emergency tow, and most of the records that we have are Class A or Class B, so if we need a C or D record, the ordinance allows us to call for a record of a greater capacity if we would need to. I would prefer not to do that under the rotational tow if I didn't have to do that. I'd rather have a mechanism in place to say that you have capacity, whether it's 2 wreckers, whether it's 3 wreckers companies, and if you need that one, because now we fall below that number, we would authorize somebody to come in. When you talked about the 7 miles, and I think, and I know it's your time, Mr. Smith, so when you're done, if I'm done with the question, I think there's 3 easy sections that could address all the issues that were brought up by the 2 gentlemen tonight. And Mayor, when you want me to explain those 2 sections, I can. And I can tell you, Playground Auto, we could probably not ask for a better partner as a contractor or wrecker service. When he says he does the pulling wreckers for us, he does. When he brings our evidence in to tow for the police department, they do a great job. Mr. Holmes does a great job when he tows as contractual wreckers. So the 4 companies that tow for us currently are all outstanding companies.
So, question back to you is, as far as the rotational towing, a preference versus, I mean, I guess I can kind of see process-wise from your standpoint, having to call 2 different record companies to come to one accident scene to pick up 2 different cars is kind of a pain in the butt. If you're there already and you can tow 4 cars, let's have you load 4 up and roll on, and then, you know, the next call is the next guy on the list and whatever else. So what are your opinions as it relates to that?
There's a downside to if they call me to get 2 cars, because I'm me by myself out there cleaning up the highway, hooking everything up. I can assure you there's not a tow company on rotation that doesn't help the other. If me and Bill get a call to a wreck, you know, our first duty is to clean the highway, clear the highway. It doesn't matter who gets what, you know, we don't fight over, I want this car, I want that car. We want the highway clear. If my car is out of the highway and Bill's is in the highway, I'm gonna help him, or he's gonna help me, we do it all the time. I might be pushing the broom while he's hooking the car up to clear the highway. Then whenever we get done, then I'm gonna go help, or vice versa. But that's not gonna create a problem. I've been driving tow trucks since I had a driver's license, and we will discuss how long that's been, but it's been over 50 years. I cannot think of a time that they've ever had to have more than 7 or 8 wreckers at one time. I take that back. There was a time they had a concert at Oakland Island. It was, I don't know. Yes, sir. Somebody had like a heart. No, it was way for it was Kiss or Heart or something. And Budweiser paid for it. And the Highway Patrol pulled cars that were parked in the median. There was like 17 tow companies, and we towed like 35 cars. It just unbelievable. But as to why I'm saying that to the chief's concern, I guarantee you that if he needed 10 tow trucks, or 12, and we had 10, by the time we got the first one, or 2, or 3rd one cleared, they would be ready to start back on the bottom of that list. So it's not a matter of needing that much depth, but we have it now. You know, it's, how many records, how many trucks can you roll? 4 or 5. Either roll back is 2, so that means he can tow 7. I can do 6, Gator can do 5, Thomas can do 3, whatever that adds up to. So that means we have the capacity to move that many cars at one time. It's not going to happen unless there's a catastrophe or something, and that's going to be the least of the problems. So there's really no reason to say that I need 3 companies, because maybe the 3 companies decide, well, we're only going to have 1 truck apiece. So, you know, that's not a number that I think needs to be set in stone, just as well as he says, well, I'm going to limit it to 10 companies. Again, and it's a moot point, but if there's 4 companies on rotation, and Travis, you decide you want to put a rotation or record in your business, then I know you guys understand, but because at one time, and I can remember when there was 12 or 14 tow companies on rotation at Fort Walton Beach. And you really want to have one. Before that, you would sit by the scanner. And when you heard a wreck go, whoever had the fastest tow truck got
I think we should go back to that and make a TV show out of it.
I I'd love to have a hot rod tow truck, but, my dad, J.D. Sharon, some of the Shorty that drove for Gary Smith for years.
We got rid of it in the 90s.
You know Shorty, right? So, it's come a long way. Honestly, it needs to be cleaned up. I'm not for rewriting the whole ordinance, but if it's easier to do it that way, that's fine. And that's what I told the chief. It just needs to be easier for them, easier for us. And we always want to support our businesses in the city. We don't want to create any additional hardships by now you have to police or oversee an additional company outside the city limits. I don't know that you have any jurisdictional latitude if we allow 7-mile radius. If you have a wrecker, it has to come from Dustin. Is he going to be able to get here in 30 minutes? He's probably not going to tell you that he can't get there. He's going to try. But when he doesn't get there in 30 minutes, they call another wrecker. Well, then that's 30 minutes that road's been tied up.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
can I ask a question for Chief Page?
Yes.
Sure. Do you have any objections to what Mr. Holmes has suggested as far as the company having to maintain a lot here inside the city limits for the vehicle to be stored, the office being open Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 so that people whose vehicle is towed have normal business hours that they can retrieve the vehicle? And then I think we've already had the discussion regarding the rotation.
So, and I'm going to take your questions out of order. The 8 to 5 has always been in the ordinance, and after meeting with Mr. Holmes once before, he recommended adding the word staffed in there, and in the version you have in front of you, it actually has the word staffed in there.
Okay.
So it has to be 8 to 5 staffed.
So that's
And then there's also requirements for the amount of time in which a vehicle has to be released to the person that is the owner of the vehicle. As to your other questions, and I'll refer you exactly to the ordinance so we can, if you want to pen this out or pencil it out, the section of most contention is 1112.035, which is call allocations. It's the call under the call allocations part, number 9, and that's where it said, and it's on page 142, there shall be at least 4 qualified towing companies with preference given to businesses within the city only if there are less than 4 qualified wrecker operators while a rotation wrecker serves outside the city be authorized. Your question to that would be, I would have no objection if it was the will of the council to say that for rotation wreckers, that all rotation wreckers would have to be located within the city. With that change being made, it would also correspond, if you go to further on page 146, which is 1112.053, that's the one that talks within the 7-mile radius. That would also have to be changed to within the city limits. So in those two sections, on page 142, number 9, that would have to read all rotation wreckers would be located within the city. And then the corresponding section 1112.053, you'd have to strike out the 7 miles and change that to be within the city. I would have no objections if that was what the city council would want to do. The only other section where it talks about that is, actually, I had my pages out of order. 1112.053 has to stay because that's for the private property tows. And state statute allows for up to 20 miles, but we can restrict that further. The page I should have read to you was 1112.037 because that's the rotation record one. Number 4 there is the 7 miles. So on 1112.037, that would have to be changed to within the city because that would satisfy the rotation records. And then the same change would be made to 1112.035, that would have to read within the city. And I would only recommend that 1112.053, because anything with a 5 in it is for private property tows. I recommend leaving the private property tows at 7 miles. The state statute allows for up to 20 miles, but the state statute also allows a county or municipality to be more restrictive than the state statute. And I agree with the things that you talked about, distance, getting your car back, travel time, and everything else. So I believe in 5.3 that should stay at 7 miles. In 12.035 and in the other one that I read off to you, which was on this page, which is 11-12-037, which also talks about rotation records, that gets changed from 7 miles to city limits. And then the contractual record just refers back to the rotation record, the ordinance, so contractual record would also be covered by those changes. So I think if those 3 changes are the most contentious part of everything, we would have no objections from staff for those 3 changes to be made.
You guys?
Yes.
So we're good with it? I think we have a love connection.
Are you going to recite the motion?
Yeah.
That's right. I was like, I'm never remember this.
Well, we're at the point where we can have a motion. What question?
I mean, I'll go for it, I suppose.
One question real quick before you waste your time on that possibly. With the changes that we're talking about, it's not, well, I guess we're on first reading, so it doesn't matter, right?
I don't know the question.
Well, I was going to say, we won't have to go back and change the writing before we make a motion on it with the amount of changes that we're talking about, because it's not,
You mean when we have to re-advertise?
yes.
Honestly, we don't have to re-advertise if it doesn't
Okay.
change the title, because your changes aren't that major. So you could just make a motion if you want to do what they just described, to approve the ordinance on first reading with the changes discussed by the chief and agreed to.
Sure. Okay. I will move ordinance 2128, amending the COO chapter 11.12, record operations and services, with the changes discussed and agreed to by Chief Page and the representatives of the city's towing companies on hand. Thank you.
That's beautiful. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Allegretto, seconded by Councilman Jeter, to approve ordinance 2128, amending the COO chapter 11.2, record operations and services, with the changes that were discussed and agreed to by Chief Page and the 2 representatives from the local towing companies.
Sincerely appreciate you guys staying up late tonight. I know it's well past your bedtimes. But mainly, thanks for everything you've done for this community, both of you. Over many, many years you've been in.
24 hours.
I got you. Well, thank you guys. Seriously.
May God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Council, please vote. Does pass unanimously. Thank you, council. That'll bring us to item 11, ordinances on second reading. 2136, ordinance to amend future land use map for 141 Hollywood Boulevard Northwest from mixed use business industrial to mixed use quasi-judicial. Ms. Cobb.
This is ordinance 2136, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan to amend the future land use map for property described as 141 Hollywood Boulevard Northwest, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance from MBI mixed business industrial to MU mixed use, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for consistency, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This one is not quasi-judicial.
Oh, thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
thank you.
Pacetta.
Yes, so this is the second reading to amend the future land use at 141 Hollywood Boulevard Northwest from MBI to MU. This is a site that was the former city's field office site and the proposed future rec complex expansion. So there are not many changes in the first reading on this one, and just as you recall, this was really just more of a clerical process as we move through the development review process, building permitting and all moving forward. This is one of the steps needed to allow all the uses proposed on that site. With that, staff does find that it meets all the criteria for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. Like I mentioned, there have not been any changes in the first reading. This item also was recommended for approval by the local planning agency at their last meeting. And with that, the staff does respectfully recommend that the City Council adopt ordinance number 2136 to amend the city's future land use map designation for 141 Hollywood Boulevard Northwest from MBI to MU. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council for Mr. Pacetta? Anyone from the audience wish to speak on this? Seeing none, council, may we get a motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance 2136 to amend the future land use map.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Jeter, second by Councilman Smith to approve 2136, ordinance to amend the future land use map for 141 Hollywood Boulevard from business industrial to mixed use. Further comment? Comment? Council, please vote. Does pass unanimously. Oh, it does pass 6-1. Thank you, Council. 11.2, 2137, ordinance to rezone 141 Hollywood Boulevard Northwest from MB to MX2. Ms. Cobb.
This is ordinance 2137, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for property described as 141 Hollywood Boulevard Northwest, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance, to be rezoned MX2 mixed-use high zoning district, providing for the amendment of the affected portion of the official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This one's quasi-judicial. Do you swear or affirm that the information you're about to provide is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Presetti.
Thank you. Yes, this is the second part of the process here, and it is to rezone the property of 141 Hollywood Boulevard Northwest from MB to MX2. This would provide for consistency with the future land use item that was just approved a few minutes ago. And with that, staff does find that it meets all the criteria in our land development code and comprehensive plan for this rezoning. We have not made any changes as well since first reading. And the LPA also did recommend approval of this item at their last meeting. So with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council adoption of ordinance number 2137 to rezone 141 Hollywood Boulevard Northwest from MB to MX2 zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Presetti from council? Anyone from the audience wish to speak? Council, may we get a motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance 2137.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Jeter, second by Councilman Smith to approve ordinance 2137 to rezone 141 Hollywood Boulevard Northwest from MB to MX2. Any further comments? Comments? Council, please vote. Does pass 6-1. Thank you, Council. That'll bring us to a newly added item 11.3, our charter discussions to, this was added by Mr. Mead. Charter discussions to this.
We've been talking about it for years. We had a workshop on it. I think if we're going to do something, it's time to do something, but I understand from our conversation, the only way to do it is to have it as an agenda item, so that's...
If someone wants to make a motion, they can, or not.
We're fishing for a motion.
Is this a motion for all three at once?
Well, you all can do it however you want. Probably if you're going to have something specific to any one of them that doesn't apply to all three, you should do 3 separate motions. Unless you're going to handle them all the same. For example, if you were going to say, we're not going to proceed with any charter amendments, that could be done in one motion. If you're going to say we're going to proceed with a certain number of them, maybe do separate motions. And if you're not sure, do them one by one.
I'd like to make a motion to direct the city attorney to prepare draft ordinances for all 3 charter amendments to be placed on a November 24 ballot. Which would amend the limit on all budgeted expenditures to an increase from the prior year's expenditures in the amount that is lesser of 3% or CPI. For the budget one.
Would that be with the exceptions?
Yes, with the exceptions.
Okay.
For an April city council meeting.
is that?
Just for clarity, that ordinance would be for all three charter amendments with the specifications you provided for the budget.
The two, exactly how written, the third one with the verbiage of the exceptions and the 3%.
I got it. You said the lesser of the 3%
Correct.
or CPI.
Yep.
Did you say CPI?
Yes.
Okay, and then that ordinance would provide for a November election, but you want to see the ordinance in April. Did you say?
Yes.
Second meeting in April? I didn't hear.
Either meeting in April, whenever you can get it done for us to bring it back for a first reading.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilman Walker, to direct the city attorney to prepare a draft ordinance for the 2020 November 24 ballot. The first two being kept as they are, and the third one being the budget at 3% or CPI. Those are the exceptions, and this will be presented on either meeting in April. Okay,
Sounds like it.
All right, thank you. Any further questions or comments?
None for me.
Mr. Jeter.
So the motion grouped them all in one, but the readings, when they come back, will be three separate amendments, three
They
separate
will be
items
three
on the
separate.
agenda, where we can have three different discussions again.
Correct.
The
Three
motions
separate,
including all in one, okay.
three separate ordinances too, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the clarification. Mr. Alvarado.
And this is the or, not the and.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
It was the lesser of 3% or CPI.
Correct.
With exceptions.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Alvarado.
Yeah, that's also the question I was going to ask John. I've said up here many times before, obviously, the charter allows someone to go out, sign a bunch of petitions for whatever that is, bring it back to the city council, and then it's to be put on a ballot. So as far as I'm concerned, whether I like it or not, that is what it is. However, I do kind of feel like we have some discretion here. Obviously, that discretion was shown based on a political action committee submitting a list, basically the entire thing. So if we're truly trying to not handcuff the city and truly trying to not enact things that will be detrimental to all of us, our families, our kids, the development of the city, etc., I think that and/or situation should really be hashed out and ironed out. I hope that we will have meaningful discussion at the next city council meeting in April when we're putting these together. Does that make sense? I mean, we're not saying right now you're drafting them and then that's it. We're saying we're drafting them and then we're going to come back in April and have a discussion regarding the content of those, right? Okay.
So just to be clear, I just want to make sure I understand, because I think you wanted it advertised for first reading. So that means you can discuss it and have a public hearing, but it would be advertised.
Yeah,
I just
I
want
mean,
to
you
make
gotta
sure
have
that's what you wanted.
Right.
Okay.
2 ordinance readings to pass it. So this just gets the ball rolling so we can get it advertised, talked about, we can hash out everything in the first meeting, go to the second meeting if we're in the same, wherever it falls at that point.
Again, just to finish up, because I don't want to talk again about it, but again, I do not support really any of these. I would be in favor of the second one as a personal preference. I'm sure somebody who's lived here a long time, probably Mr. Holmes or Bill, the gentleman that just left, could tell me how many other, what's the second one called again? The levy assessment? How many other assessments in city history have ever been passed? I don't know what the answer to that is. I wouldn't think it's many. So I don't necessarily have any objection to that one at all by itself. And I've said that from the very beginning, but I don't like the idea of putting these out there and then everybody just having to say, like, well, I guess we'll try to make sure these don't pass and don't hamstring everybody when we do have the ability to change it as much as we can while still keeping the intent of the original 1,400 plus people that signed that petition and all the people that did the work. So I hope that we will have a good quality discussion, and everyone will enter this room with an open mind and be willing to listen to everyone's perspective. And I hope that staff will prepare as much as possible to present a valid, easy to understand argument as to what would be the best course of action for that. And I hope that everybody on the council is willing to as well spend time talking with city staff behind closed doors to work out those numbers, their thoughts, everything, so that when we enter this room, we all have an idea and an understanding of what's going on, and then in this room, we explain that to the public. So thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, sir.
So I will support the motion.
Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, still feel the same way I felt from the very beginning. We've been talking about this since last March, but because they've been certified by the supervisor elections, I'm ready to get these petitions and to support this motion to the ballot and get it to the people for them to vote. I think what we also heard today at the workshop, as well as in this conversation here, started also the educational campaign of getting information out, whether it's Ms. Denise at Pryor Road who talked about wanting more things, or we heard from Mr. Minnick and other staff gave us some very valuable information. After we get these to the ballot, the education campaign begins for the community, and that's what's going to be neat about this process. So I'll be supporting this motion, ready to, I mean, it's just a commendable effort that got accomplished, certified by the supervisor elections. One of the most fundamental things we can do inside of our community is that process that we saw, and I don't want to set the precedence of even considering modifying that too much or removing that, again, because it's been certified by supervisor elections. Let's get it to a ballot. Let's put this thing to rest. I'm ready, like Nick just said a little while ago, I'm ready to be done talking about it too. We've been talking about it for about 7 years, going on 8, and I think this is the last little piece that helps kind of reconcile the culture difference that we've had in the past to getting us to where we want to go with Fort Walton Beach 2.0 and improving our culture.
Thank you. Other comments? Council, please vote. Does pass 7-0. Thank you, Council. Brings us to item 13, City Manager reports.
Yeah, just, Mayor, two upcoming meetings. In March, we got March 12th at 6 p.m. And Tuesday, March 26th at 6 p.m.
All right, sir. Ms. Barnes, you have an announcement to make.
Yes, sir. The council appointed a member to the Firefighters Pension Board a few weeks back, Ms. Donna Braden, and she had to resign from the board. So this time I got the McKee code, and she posted on social media on February the 23rd that we'd have another vacant position. So we put a submission date of March the 8th, and I'll be submitting any that we receive to you all on March the 26th. So if you know anyone interested, please ask them to apply, because it's been posted since Friday and I haven't received any except for the 2 original ones that rolled off, but then were eligible to be reappointed.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Appreciate it. Ms. Cobb, City Attorney reports.
Just what's in the agenda. If anyone has questions, happy to answer them, but otherwise I don't have anything specific.
All right. Well, thank you. Now, Mayor, Council, final comments, and we'll start again with Mr. Schmidt.
Just want to piggyback on some of the around the mound conversation that was discussed earlier on, and more specifically what I heard Councilman Meade say about us continuing the momentum of moving the program forward. And I don't want to put any misrepresentation of what I thought I heard, but that is very important. However, the conversation ends with us up here needing to do a resolution, or whatever that looks like in the future, whatever, if it falls 5-2, 4-3, whatever on 1A or 1B, but immediately following that vote, putting a strong letter to our point of contacts with that program, that the city is 100% behind continuing moving that program forward. So I want to also commend McKee Code and the city for getting so much of the information out, as well as to the other media partners as well, because what I also heard Councilman Meade said, there's some other parts of the state that it isn't as well attended. and it was a very well-attended event, and I'm super excited about that program. Kind of the consensus of what I got was there's a faction of folks that 1A could be great, 1A could be devastating, 1B could be great, 1B could be devastating, and 1C could be great and could be devastating, which is do nothing. So we obviously, it's neat to see these things come now to fruition. We got to make some choices and some tough things that are going to impact a lot of people. But I believe the consensus in the room was 90% wanted something of 1A or 1B. There was just some conversations of how to mitigate and go through that, of the different headaches and the things that those different organizations will have to deal with. But that's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Travis?
Mr. Walker said something earlier that reminded me. You were talking about the roads and stuff like that, and what was it, about 3 weeks ago or whatnot, I had called Mr. Payne and wanted to test the website and see, you know, if the report of concern works and where we're at on that 311 app that is getting up and running. But I will tell you this, I was kind of blown away. Just to give you an idea, I reported a concern, I think at 11 o'clock, and I think at 11:13 the city got it. And by the time I showed back up as I was leaving work to where this giant pothole was, that I already know has taken out one person's vehicle, it was fixed. I mean, a matter of 3.5 hours. So, you know, good on you guys. Keep that up. We'll keep getting residents to push on that stuff, because the fact of the matter is if you guys know about it, you'll fix it. And you've proven that. And I appreciate your guys' attention and hard work, and let the guys know that are watching that stuff to just keep doing what they're doing. And we'll keep letting you guys know what needs to be fixed, and hopefully the roads in the city will be a lot better off. So I appreciate it. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing more.
All right, Mr. Alberto.
I would like to say that I think it would be a good idea for us this summer, maybe in the month of June, to have a workshop, and believe me, I'm the last one who ever wants to schedule a workshop. But I think that we've run into several code enforcement issues here lately, whether that be somebody's overgrown yard or various issues. I mean, I don't want to list them all here specifically, but I think that it would be a good idea for the council to have an open discussion regarding what types of things are priorities for our city based on the feedback from residents that we've received, and then what types of policies and procedures that really could be looked at to be changed. And I know that that's a big scope, and I know that it would take a long period of time for a very busy department that already has probably too much on its plate to put together. But I think it's very needed, and I think it could be very helpful. I mean, not just in like a, let's all sit here and yell about stuff that we think would be better, like let's have a real good discussion. I think that every time we have had one of these workshops, whether I've felt jazzed about coming into it before it started or not, once we got here, we had a real good discussion, and we did solve some things, and maybe some people did see things through a different lens. So I've always felt good about it. I would really like to see that. I don't want to necessarily make a formal motion or a request to be put on a specific thing, but I would really appreciate it if we could get something like that together. I think June is probably one of the less busy months for you guys as far as the budgeting stuff goes, with Nicole's helpful calendar as my date. But if that's possible, I would really like to see that. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Berry?
Yes, I need to bring up a touchy subject. I've had several people ask me about live oak fiber optics. They don't want AT&T, but AT&T's already coming to their neighborhood, and they want live oak fiber to come into their neighborhood, but they were telling me that they're not able to get live oak fiber. Is there, they're having problems with city ordinances or city planning or something?
Yeah, I mean, they can't say they don't want a certain one because they've got they
they can come in and run through the city. Daniel's dealing with that on a daily basis. We can't tell them no. So, I mean, once they're all set, they can choose which fiber company they would like to use as their provider. But they can't dictate who can and can't go through their right-of-way area.
No, that's not what they're asking. These people that have been contacting me already have AT&T come through there. They weren't happy with them coming through, but they've got it in there. But they said, well, when is Live Oak Fiber come? How do we get Live Oak Fiber? Because they're the ones that they want that product.
Yeah, I don't believe they've started yet, right, Daniel?
I do believe they started either Thursday or Friday last week.
So they have started so they can use, even though AT&T has already come through the neighborhood, does Live Oak Fiber have to bring their own and put another, we're going to have cemetery utility things.
But Live Oak is accepting people now to enroll in their services.
That's what I was, they contacted Live Oak Fiber and they says, yes, we want, and Live Oak says, yes, we want to, but they haven't, then Live Oak, they were told they were having trouble getting through the city to get started. I'm just, I'm the conduit here.
Daniel had a conversation with Councilman Schmidt and himself and Live Oak representative today.
Oh, okay.
And I'd like to just kind of elaborate a little bit on that. I think this is kind of what you're getting to, but what I really commend what Public Works is doing is Live Oak is asking for these 5-mile permits or these large permits before we just go execute those permits all across the city, giving some quality control of making sure they're putting things back in the right place, in the right location before we just go to parachute subcontractors around the city to go tear everything up and to go run their cable, and there is no quality control in the back end. They've put up their stuff and they're gone. But Live Oak is coming. Live Oak will be drilled through, and that's the point of contact information that we want to point people to Live Oak, that they instead of weighing down our Public Works and our City Hall and as well as our elected officials, that's what we're here to do. We don't mind representing, but pointing people to the Live Oak point of contact.
Point them to the Live Oak people.
Yeah, Live Oak's coming. Their permits are coming.
Okay.
And they'll be installed.
That's what I need
They'll be installed.
That's what I need to.
But there's some quality control that we really appreciate Danny's office and what they're doing, so that because it's not just Live Oak. There's about to be 3 other fiber companies that are competing for the same dirt, and it's a gold. I mean, So, anyways, add anything or take anything away, Danny, that I've misrepresented, please.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, thank you for that, because I've been getting bombarded.
And I've been coordinating with the marketing people, my peers with those companies, to work with them to get the word out. They're going to go neighborhood by neighborhood, and they're supposed to be putting door knockers on the doors. Is that correct, Daniel? Every time they come around, it goes. So they'll be notifying residents when they're coming. And then we'll get those customer service numbers for any repairs or damages that they make. It's a customer service number, and the message is very firm. The city has nothing to do with this. Do not call Public Works. Do not call City Hall. We cannot help you. It is these companies with their customer service numbers that will be able to help.
Okay.
Thank you, Makiko. Thank you. Mr. Teeter.
Mr. Mayor, it's awful late, but I sure hope that all those people that could future be voting on compensation charter amendment, see how late we're working. That's a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Meehan. The workshops, I think it would be nice. I think it's a two-way street. I think that staff needs to know our expectations, be it pontoon rentals from neighborhoods or pool parties. I'm not being sarcastic, but seriously, I think it's important for us to tell staff what's important to us. But the corresponding thing is that staff knows that when they go find these people, that we're going to stand behind the direction we gave.
Absolutely.
And so I think that's, if we don't, then it disincentivizes staff for spending their very valuable time in doing that. So I think I'm not being critical, I'm agreeing with you. I think it'd be a great use of our time to have a communication dialogue as a group.
Thank you, sir. You got to the end of the week, get your pop tabs in. I'm hoping that we can get more than Destin did, and we'll find out on Monday. So, thank you, everybody. And with that,